Oh, it's awesome, awesome. Spring, I got the community garden for the homeless going. You know, it's all good. I have a couple acres, so I dedicate one of them.
Good evening, everyone. Let me call the meeting to order. I'm Frank Rhino. I'm the trustee and mayor pro tem. Meeting called meeting time. Here we go. Thank you. We are beginning at approximately 6:25. I want to defer for a moment from the agenda. We are meeting today without our esteemed and beloved mayor, Joe Craig. I greatly appreciate if everyone would stand, take a minute for silence to kind of contemplate a bit about what our feelings are about Joe. So if you do that, please, for about a minute. Thank you all very much. Be seated. I want to just make a couple of comments about my relationship to Joe. And then I'm also going to invite comments from other members of the board as well. I haven't known Joe for a long time. Members of the board here and many of you in the audience probably have a lot more information and a lot more personal relationship to Joe than I have. But starting about 2022, when I started attending board of trustee meetings and gotten very serious about what was going on, I always see this guy come to the podium and make a statement about what was going on in the village. And typically what he wants to do is to try and get us to do better in no matter what area of interest we may have in the village. And I saw that in every time that Joe went to the microphone, it was to remind us that we need to practice good government. We need to practice good government. And I've got a lot of other things I could possibly say about Joe, and you probably read a lot about him, but from my perspective, Joe was kind of the conscience of the village. And so when things were not working out well, he would be there to speak up. And I really applauded that. And his ability then to generate interest among the village residents, I think, was also extremely impressive. He's a good friend. He's a great colleague. Someone who I will personally miss. I'd like to provide opportunity, though, for other members of the board to speak up. Gil, would you like to?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I met Joe Craig back around like 2018, and he invited me to go have a beer at Hops, right? And I thought he was a very charming individual, and he had this really nice radio announcer kind of voice, right, that all of us wish we had. And no doubt, he was a big advocate for open space. And then I was on planning and zoning, and yes, he would come to the podium, and he had an opinion. And, I was a commissioner at that point in time. After he won the mayoral race, I called him, and I congratulated him. And he was very pleasant and excited to be the mayor. We talked about the things that we could work on together, and 4th Street was one of those things. And I think this is what good public servants do, is they come together when they can, and I was going to do that, right? And I'm sure there were other instances where we were going to come together. So I want to tell you another experience I had at the New Mexico Municipal League conference that we had. When was it? It was just recently, like maybe it was like November or something like that time frame, or December or January. But anyway, it's probably January. But anyhow, Tammy Silva won this award for being an outstanding chief financial officer, and our former mayor Don Lopez was there, and I was there, and Don Lopez was up there for a photo op with Tammy, and I saw Joe sitting at a table, and I motioned for him to come up, and he came up, and he also spoke and said some very nice things about Tammy Silva at that, and he was there for the photo op. So I always refer to him as Mayor Joe Craig. I thought he earned that title rightly so, and I will continue to acknowledge that he earned that title. That's all I have.
So I didn't write anything because I knew I would never be able to read it without getting emotional. And here I already go. And I told Frank, if you make me do this, you're going to get me crying at the beginning of the meeting. I got to know Joe Craig in 2022-ish. And it all started with me standing at the street corner. And no, not like that. I was standing at the corner of Chavez and Guadalupe, and I was handing out notices of an upcoming public meeting that I thought villagers should know about, because I didn't think a lot of villagers did know about. And it ended up gaining a lot of attention, and it ended up getting Channel 4 involved. And at that following meeting, my husband and Joe crossed, and my husband said, yeah, that was my wife that started all this. And he goes, wow, I need to meet her. And that's where it all started. He was a good friend in a very short period of time. He was a great sounding board. I think we both really fed off of one another, and he brought great ideas, and his sense of community, his sense of doing the right thing, and his sense of following the law and doing what was right is something that I admired, and something that I will carry with me, and something that I promise to do and to protect as my duty and responsibility to this village. And he's going to be extremely missed, but his legacy will continue on.
Most of the people in this room probably don't know this, but I have known Joe Craig for around 30 years. Joe was a good friend, and I'm going to miss him greatly. I choose to remember Joe from the way he was before last fall's election, because we were friends, we weren't on the opposite side of things, and we cared about each other, and I saw Joe often. Joe was a good man, like other people have said. He did care about the village hugely, and he cared about the open space and the agricultural roots and the history of the village hugely. And so I'll always remember him for that. Even before he got involved in politics, he was pushing a village agenda, and that village agenda was creating a village that everyone could love and know and care about and fight for. So Joe Craig was a great man, and I miss him already. I wish he were here.
Okay, so to move on to the meeting itself, let me just move on to some of the pro forma that we need to do in order to get started. The meeting is streamed on the village website. The public can also participate via Zoom. Instructions and overall public participation guidelines listed on the website and on page 5 of the meeting packet. The village is providing the ability for the public to participate in hybrid meetings. As with any application, digital service or software, the opportunity for failure can occur. Therefore, the village is not responsible for the inability to connect to the public either by the Zoom meeting link or viewing via live stream. Meeting video and audio is recorded and will be available online after the meeting on the village website. I'd like to state, as required by NMSA 1978, Section 10-5-1J of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, that matters discussed in the closed session are limited only to what was specified in the notice. Pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H7 for attorney-client privileged and confidential discussions concerning pending litigation as relates to the Palindrome Communities LLC. Take the roll call. Trustee Benavides.
I'm here.
Trustee Kiefer.
Present.
Trustee Radnovich.
Here.
Trustee Reinhardt, here. Okay. Can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. So, is there a motion to approve or amend the agenda?
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda. I'd like to, kind of what we did before, fellow trustees, is move action items up in the interest of time and departmental reports to the end. So that would be moving, items 10 and 11 after item 7, then resume with 9 financial business, and finally item 8, which is departmental reports.
Is there a second? Or discussion? Okay, yeah. Okay.
I'll second it.
Second, okay.
I would like discussion, though.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so I'm sorry, so which items are we moving ahead?
So we're just moving items, everything that's under 10, so the public hearings, and then all of our new business, which is number 11. We're moving that after the approval of the minutes, and then just moving the departmental reports down.
I'd like to add one more amendment for your consideration, but I don't know how that works, Bill. Do we have to?
There we go. You can simply ask if she would accept an amendment to her motion. If she will, then you can do it. If not, then you'll have to vote on it separately.
What I would like to do is to combine item 11F and 11G as one agenda item to be either voted up or down.
I don't accept that amendment.
Okay. I have another amendment. Two, actually. I'd like to defer item 11E from the agenda because I have a feeling this is going to be a long meeting, and I don't see any reasons that that item should be talked about in this red-hot minute tonight. And so I'd like to defer that to the next meeting if we could. Then the other, no, I guess that was the only one. Let's see. Yeah, that was the only one I'd like to amend it to.
So I guess my only question is what, and maybe this is for you, Administrator, are we running into any deadlines by deferring that?
Trustee Kiefer, board, there isn't any deadlines.
I accept your amendment, George.
Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry. Can we get clarification on items 5 and 6 where we're going to place those?
Oh, I did have one other, Trustee Kiefer, if I could. Sorry. I did have one other, if I could. Because so many people in the audience knew Mayor Craig, I'd like to offer that if anyone during the public comment portion of the meeting wanted to say a few words about Joe Craig, that they could without it impacting their 3 minutes, if it's short or relatively brief.
I accept that.
Thank you.
Okay, so with those amendments, is there a second to approve the minutes with the amendments?
I'll second it.
Okay. Okay, Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rhino, yes. Okay. So this is an opportunity now for public comment. Participants wishing to speak on topics that do not appear on the agenda will be given 3 minutes. No action can occur on the items. If you have questions, please feel free to contact staff during business hours. So Danielle, can you proceed, please?
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, our first individual wishing to speak is Mary Culvaney. If you would please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Mary Calvani, I live at 1017 El Alhambra Circle. My major concern this evening is that we were told by Mrs. Rinaldi that there would be a public meeting for input for the path along Chavis. Am I not close enough? Sorry. Thanks. To my knowledge, this has not occurred. I know many of us have spoken directly to the Board of Trustees with concerns about the folly of the path. I have never heard of any replies or resolutions about the concerns of the residents, particularly the concerns of those who actually live along the proposed path. When is this public meeting going to occur? And when it does occur, will these concerns be addressed by the Board of Trustees? One additional concern is that this evening is that I'm under the impression that a number of the Board of Trustees had to recuse themselves from voting on the palindrome project. Now, at this time, I assume they're still voting on the palindrome project in lots of aspects, and I have not heard which Board of Trustees will be recusing themselves and why did they have to recuse themselves. What sort of conflict of interest was occurring between the Board of Trustees and the palindrome project? I think that's information that the village, those of us in the village, should have. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Linda McKee? Thank you. Ms. Gordine McKenzie? Gordine McKenzie? I know we'll have other opportunities to comment on some of the items tonight, so I just thought I would take a moment and talk.
Excuse me, Gordine, can you just
Oh,
please
yes,
state your name and address?
7315 Guadalupe Trail, northwest. Yes, Joe was a friend to many of us, and I know that there are some rumors that I've heard that Joe had brain cancer and he wasn't doing, the right things. But Joe, although he had glioblastoma, the same kind of brain cancer that John McCain and Ted Kennedy had, that is not why Joe died. Joe died because of an infection. In fact, he had very good genes, and I had been with him and his wife to the oncologist, and they were very encouraged about his treatment. Joe was very excited about the ruling, and I know I can't really talk about a lot of that because it's on the agenda, but we had dinner with Joe one night, and all he could talk about was the joy of seeing Palindrome red tagged. And he sent a letter to the village about it, requesting that it be red tagged. Joe co-founded not only, the Los Ranchos Historical Society, but he's also, as you all know, founder and former president of Friends of Los Ranchos. He was a conservationist. He cared deeply about protecting our open spaces, our trees, our wildlife, and the river. And some of his plans, he had many plans. I used to talk to him 2 or 3 times a day, and he was very excited about what we could do in our village. And one of those was to have the trustees and himself rotate in different neighborhoods and talk to all the residents and find out what everyone's issues were. He regarded everyone as a friend, and he believed that if we really worked together, we could keep our village semi-rural, and we could also work to protect nature, because once it's gone, we know we can't bring that back. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Nancy Nangeroni?
Hi, Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. For those of you who haven't been to all the meetings, the rest of you probably have it memorized by now. So first, I will speak about Joe for a minute. I haven't lived in the village that long. Gordine and I have only been here 8 years. And I didn't really come out into the village and get involved with people until a few years ago. But Joe was a standout for me, I have to say, and I wasn't so sure about whether or not we should elect him mayor at first. But it was at Jen's driveway, bring your own chair, first kind of campaign thing. And people spoke and it was all great. And then I realized something, and I just said, Joe Craig knows this village better than anyone else that I've met. He has been around for a long time, and he has the history up in his head. He was really into understanding and knowing about what had happened in the village in the past. So he knows the village better than anyone, and he also cared more than anyone from what I could see. He showed up at trustee meetings where there was almost nobody else. He came month after month, and he spoke his mind. So I just want to say, I think Joe was a beautiful man, and I'm sorry to lose him. Now, could I reset my time, please? to 3 minutes, it would be really awesome. Can I reset my time? You have to give an okay, Frank.
Can you make it even,
I'll make it short, but,
can you make it really short, because we've got a long agenda.
okay. Village Vision Magazine, we're not going to talk about it tonight. I wanted to say, Sheila started doing a column on, this time of year, this is what you need to do in your yard, or this is what you need to do around the house, and I thought that was wonderful. And one of the missions defined in our master plan is sustainability, education about sustainability. And I would really like to see a column, a regular feature in the magazine that says, here's how you, as a resident of the village, not as a farmer, because most of us aren't farmers. Most of us are residents who have an acre or a half acre or whatever. It would be really nice to have a column on how can we help the village be more sustainable in our own homes, in our own yards. So I thought that would be a really nice column. The other thing I have to say, and I do want to see us move as a village to a more healing place, but I spoke to this body almost 2 years ago, and I mentioned the word corruption. And I said, it's all of our jobs to fight corruption. It's up to the citizens to make sure that the government operates by the laws. And we've now had a court ruling that said the government was not following the law, that the law was broken. And we got bad legal advice for a period of years. And I just want to say, some of that is embedded in our statutes, some of that bad legal advice. And we don't know yet whether it was corruption, whether there was malfeasance, or whether it was just oversight, sloppiness, laziness, whatever. But I hope that we'll find out one day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Randy McKee?
Randy McKee, 749 Chavez Road, Northwest. My thoughts and prayers are with the Craig family as they deal with loss of their dear family member and our Honorable Mayor, Joe Craig. I'm speaking to you tonight to express a growing concern among many residents of our village regarding the past and potentially the current state of communication between the village and its residents. There was a serious gap in the last administration in the transparent dissemination of critical information, which unfortunately led to a lack of trust and confidence in our village leadership. In the last election, we tried to fix it, and I believe we did. I ask that you make a firm and directed effort to communicate with the residents and build trust back into the village as we move forward into the future. Effective communication is fundamental to fostering a sense of community and trust. When residents feel informed and engaged, they are more likely to support and participate in initiatives that benefit our village. Conversely, when communications is lacking or unclear, it leads to misunderstandings, frustration, and a sense of disconnection. The past administration put us here. We are counting on your leadership and your engagement to lead us out of this. It will certainly take some bold efforts to resecure the direction of this village as we face many hard and complicated issues in the coming months. And this can be seen in the agenda this evening. You can only resecure our trust and support if you communicate well with us. We can handle the truth. I just heard Nancy discuss and the team discuss how Joe wanted you all to reconnect with the village. I think that's a great idea. You all getting out and talking to us. Recent events such as the Paladrone Site Development Plan issue and the violations of the Open Meeting Act and the discussions that are scheduled this evening are a good start. Please engage with us and respond to our questions without the standard ex parte reasons we have consistently heard in the past. This is not conducive to the collaborative spirit that we wish to cultivate here. By enhancing our communications, we can rebuild trust and strengthen the relationships between the village, the leadership, and its residents. Let us work together to create an environment where transparency, accountability, and community engagement are the cornerstones of our local governments. Thank you for the attention to this on this important matter. I look forward to working with you in the future, and we all look forward to hearing more about what is happening. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Randall Gins? Thank you. Mr. Tom Sidabaca? Thank you. Cindy Sidabaca? Thank you. Lois Meyer? Ms. Lois Meyer? Thank you. Mr. Mel Eves?
In honor of my very dear friend Joe Craig, I want to read a passage from the New Mexico Constitution, Article 20, Section 1.
Excuse me, Mel, can you, again, give us your name and
721
address?
Jasper.
Sure, thank you.
That's right. Pardon me. I want to read this section from the Constitution, and I'm directing this at the mayor and the trustees. And I hope that we'll all take this very, very, very seriously. Every person elected or appointed to any office shall, before entering upon his duties, take and subscribe to an oath or affirmation that he will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and the laws of this state, and that he will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of his or her office to the best of his or her ability. Unfortunately, the Don Lopez administration and the trustees who served did not fulfill that oath. And the decision of Judge Denise Barella Shepherd is solid evidence of a failure of the village to follow New Mexico law and the ordinances of this village. It's a very serious deficiency. And Joe Craig, when he ran for office, his platform was enforce the ordinances and the laws of New Mexico. And that's what everybody in this room expects this board and this mayor to do. And if you don't do it, at the next election, the same thing will happen to you that happened to Don Lopez. And a couple of the other trustees are no longer here. And I want to thank Joe for having the courage to step up and practice what he was preaching. And in his final comment, Joe, I hope the good Lord takes a liking to you, because we sure did.
Thank you. Ms. Teresa Rael?
Teresa Rael, 1005 El Alhambra Circle. I only met Joe Craig in 2022 with Jennifer and Lauren Marble when they came to a HOA meeting. That was the first time I ever met Joe. And it was very difficult. Sorry. It was really difficult caring for him at the end. And I do have to say, you know, Joe and I didn't always agree on everything, but we still were friends and we still got along. And I think that's what we all need to work for. We don't have to agree. But anyway, sorry. I thought I could do it. So my priority tonight is pretty trivial, but I would like for the village to consider converting some of the tennis courts to hybrid pickleball courts. The two on Green Valley Road are popular, they're very much appreciated, and but it's just not enough. and I walk around the park almost every day on my daily walk, and the tennis courts are not always in use. And so it's just a consideration to make them hybrid. They're doing that across the country. You can use them for both. Okay, my second thing is the Village Center Zone Moratorium. I asked the trustees to prioritize that several meetings back, and you did. Thank you. And again, my points were, I think most of us don't want any more 3-story buildings, and we want to decrease the density. No more building on the sidewalk. And I really think the aesthetics of 4th Street needs a master plan of some sort. But, and I think the moratorium, we have it. People shouldn't forget that because we don't want this to happen again, what is currently with Palindrome. My third thing was I wanted to suggest that the trustees make themselves available. I think Randy McKee stated it all very well. I can't agree with him more. I really think, I don't know if you can do public meetings monthly so that people can get information back and forth. I feel like we make our comments, but we don't always get a response. And I think that's where a lot of times you don't have the information. Or you're hearing it one way and then you hear it that way and it doesn't match up. So at first I thought maybe making yourselves one trustee every Saturday available under the portal during the growers market with like chat over coffee and donuts with your trustee. But I don't know that that would be as good as maybe a public meeting where the dialogue could go back and forth. And again, oh gosh, my time's almost out. I really sincerely want to thank all 4 of you trustees. I think you've been left with some serious challenges. I think you have information and knowledge that we as residents don't all have. And I would just ask that you make your decisions on what is best for the whole village. And I know this is probably a very controversial comment, but I personally would hate to see the village go bankrupt. You know, I think we need to correct our ordinances so this doesn't happen again. And how do we move forward with the resolution for all? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Daryl Mummert, if you would, please.
Daryl Mummert, 330 Vineyard Road. So last year, at several meetings, they talked about a prioritization of traffic studies because there were no traffic studies done before they illegally pushed through this palindrome project. So I approached the administration and talked specifically about Vineyard Road because as everybody lives in the village, they know that's the cut-through street. And that traffic is just, it's horrendous. And our speed bumps aren't like the speed bumps on Willow. Our speed bumps are designed to make you go faster. I mean, they don't slow anybody down. And I talked to the administration, and they said they would make it a priority, especially to all the roads that were in direct proximity to this palindrome project. I've heard nothing about it. Now we're seeing a huge increase in truck traffic, which isn't supposed to go down the residential street, but the trucks can't turn on Osuna. It can't make a right-hand turn. There's no clearance for them to make a right-hand turn. If you go to Vineyard Road and you look how wide Vineyard Road's opening is and there's no curbs, and by the way, you can't roll a wheelchair down there because they're all broken. Every opening onto 4th Street, every cross street, beautiful, not Vineyard Road. And it's wider and there's no curbs and the trucks just turn on Vineyard Road instead. So I want to get some communication from this administration because the last one didn't do anything. And I think, again, there's a lot on their plate, but, you know, we're still part of the village, and I would really appreciate some communication and some things to go into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem and trustees, that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're on to item 6, proclamations, presentations. Is there anyone here representing the Los Ranchos Pride? Sir.
The minutes. We have to approve the minutes.
Or,
No, that's number 7. So we do 6, 7.
okay, would you like to say a couple of words?
I would. My name is Dr. PJ Cedillo, and I'm president of Los Ranchos Pride. I live on 4119 Dietz Loop. And want to mention that last year we actually had the event at the winery, specifically because of how we were treated previously. And the reason why specifically we came back to the barn was because of Mayor Craig. And we're very honored that he took us under his wing and he said, yes, I want to listen to you and I want to offer that space to you. And so we're very extremely grateful that we're back at the barn.
My name's Joanna Montoya. I am a past New Mexico Pride title holder. And my AKA is Damian de la Mode, Mr. New Mexico Pride 2014. I am not a resident of Los Ranchos. I am a resident of Ranchitos de Albuquerque, and that is just east of the railroad tracks between Los Ranchos and Ranchitos Road. So I grew up there, born there, and I'm very proud of Los Ranchos for their diversity. This Sunday, we will be celebrating our 12th anniversary, and we're going to provide a family-friendly event. Picnic type, where people bring their picnic baskets and sit in the grass and enjoy some entertainment, some games, and just the beauty of Los Ranchos. And again, I'm so grateful to Mayor Craig for opening the park to us once again. And thank you all for the proclamation.
If you'd kindly approach, this is a proclamation that I have had the pleasure to sign off on. And again, it's proclaiming the LGBTQ plus Pride Day, June 2nd, 2024. Congratulations, everybody.
You're welcome.
Okay. Is Chief Perea in the room? Thank you, Chief. Oh, Pettis, excuse me. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees. Let me start out. Greg Pettis, Fire Chief, Bernalillo County Fire and Rescue, as well as Deputy County Manager for Health and Public Safety for the same county. Let me start out this evening by expressing the sincere condolences to all of you trustees, residents of the village, and the Craig family on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners and County Manager Julie Morges-Baca. We do stand ready to assist you all in any way that we possibly can as you mourn the passing of our great mayor. With that, I will dive right in. I know you have a packed house and a full agenda. So what I'm going to give you is the report for the 2023 Fire and Rescue Report or numbers. So for the Village of Los Ranchos, we had 1,082 calls for service. That is up from 991 calls for service last year in 2022. Of those, 73 of those calls were outside of the village limits itself. And I know that was a question that was brought up when I presented last time. There was approximately 73 that required the village equipment and staff to venture outside of Los Ranchos to provide a certain level of aid, which isn't uncommon. The busiest month for the village was August. We ran about 122 calls in the month of August. We want to narrow it down even more. The busiest day in the Village of Los Ranchos is Wednesdays. between the time of 3 o'clock and 7 o'clock in the evening. So 3 in the afternoon to 7 o'clock in the evening tend to be the busiest times on Wednesdays. The next closest to that would be Sundays, at about 7 o'clock on Sunday evenings is another time that we find to have the most activity from an EMS, fire and rescue standpoint in the village of Los Ranchos. For the month of August, which I again stated was the busiest month, we had about 97 calls. That was a combination, just not looking at fire, but just medical calls that required some type of transport. So something's going on in the village in August. Not sure what, because it's quite a bit busier than most other months that we find. The busiest week, and I'm telling you, we've got this stuff down. We can narrow it down and pinpoint, but the busiest week in the village of Los Ranchos was the 23rd week of the year. And I don't know exactly where that falls in the scope of things, but it was by far the busiest week in the village of Los Ranchos itself. And then lastly, of course, the bulk of the calls in the village were medical in nature, medical or accident type. There was 876 of those. That was followed up next by false alarms or false calls. So that's someone who maybe had an alarm that went off, a fire alarm went off, ended up being a cancellation, or someone misdialed 911. We do have those happen from time to time. So that was second. And then we had good intent calls, which we really refer to those as community or citizen assist. So a lot of time we will get called to help lift elderly back into bed or disabled and such as that. So that's the good intent call. And we had about 78 of those in the course of the last year. And then it's followed really, really closely by fires. We actually had 26 confirmed fires within the village of Los Ranchos. And that could be anything from a full structure fire to a small, backyard fire or dumpster fire. So not too bad at 28. Hazardous conditions, which could be some type of fuel spill or air contaminant of that sort. We had 20 of those. And those are really, really hard to kind of categorize, but there were 20 that we felt met that category. And that really, I believe, is about the report that I have to give. And I'll just stand for any questions that you all may have of myself and the fire department.
Are there any questions from the board?
I have a comment. Our busiest week is coming up.
It's coming up. Is it week 23? Okay, let's see how it does year over year. We'll find out.
June.
June, yeah. Any other questions from the trustees or pro tem?
I just want to say, Chief, thank you very much for your service and for the response that you've been able to give the village. It's greatly appreciated.
It's our pleasure. We're going on 15 years of proudly serving the village of Los Ranchos. The item did go before the Board of County Commission last night for the increase, which I know wasn't popular, but it's something that we had to do. We hadn't done anything since 2019. So that did go through, and we're looking forward to serving the village for a long time going forward. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Yep.
Next item is the Paseo del Norte corridor traffic noise study. Would participants like to come to the microphone? State your name, please, and your address.
Mayor Pro Tem, Board of Trustees. My name is Greg Clark. I'm with the New Mexico Department of Transportation, District 3. We are here tonight to present to the Board of Trustees and the Mayor and everybody here some of the one of the noise study reports that that has been ongoing for the last 6 months. We do have a draft version of the report, and it's not finalized whatsoever. The DOT has hired the consultant parametrics, and both Tyler and Zach will present some of the details in the report. We also have Representative Day here with us as well. And at the end, we can stand for questions. So I'll turn it over to Tyler.
Great. Well, thank you for having us. Again, this is a quick presentation over the findings on the Paseo del Norte traffic noise study. Just a brief overview. The project termini are from I-25 all the way to Coors, and so that was the area that we're looking to study. Is there a? I'll go ahead and proceed. Sorry. So the intent and overall project purpose was we are hired by the DOT to look at a comprehensive overview of the noise along Paseo del Norte, specifically related to the traffic. we followed NMDOT and FHWA standards in order to come up with our findings. And again, we're just looking to find areas that were problematic for traffic noise and areas that we could help remedy if traffic noise did warrant. So Tyler over here is gonna present the findings.
Next slide, please. Thanks, Zach. Trustees, thank you very much for letting us present today, and our sincerest condolences for your mayor. I'll try to keep it quick, and we will stand for questioning afterwards. So as Zach mentioned, we did a noise study along the entirety of Paseo del Norte from I-25 to Coors Boulevard, and we approached it using FHW and NMDOT standards. There's no one project in the area that would trigger what is typically known as a type 1 project, which is what FHWA and NMDOT follow, but we use the standards to get an understanding of how noise is in the village. Next, stopping real quick, what you'll be looking for is what we know as noise abatement criteria, which is 67 dBA. For those of you that don't know, dBA is just general sound level. We're looking for 67 dBA because that is the level at which generally conversations become hard without having to raise your voice. So next slide, please. So the first step to doing this study involved going out and taking field measurements. We did this near Rio Grande Boulevard, over closer to Coors, and then over closer to 2nd Street. We did this because to model the entirety of the corridor, we need to build a model using traffic noise, using the FHWA's traffic noise model. This is just a quick preview showing you some modeled noise levels versus our measured noise levels. We need to keep those differences minimal. Below 3 dBA is acceptable. We like to keep it below 2. Next slide, please. So the general results are, according to the standards by FHWA, again, the NACs are 67 dBA. The areas along the corridor we studied are Coors Boulevard, north and south, Coors Boulevard to the river, north and south, and then the northeast and southwest quadrants of the PDN 2nd Street interchange. We also decided to look a little bit further at the northwest quadrant of this interchange as well, as it was an area of concern before the study started. Next slide, please. The next step, once we found which area, did I lose Mike? I can yell.
Well, we need to record it though.
Oh, okay. Oh, is it the batteries? Dang batteries. All right, can you all hear me? Great, sorry about that. All right, getting right back into it. Once we found the areas that met the NACs, the FHWAs, we then proceeded to look at state and FHWA standards that they have for things called reasonableness and feasibility. These generally include cost benefit analysis and what level of reduction we're getting. Next slide, please. So the the noise mitigation options we considered along the project area were general noise walls, which you see in the bottom left, a concrete wall barrier, which is generally used for preventing traffic from merging into different wrong way direction traffic, and earth berms. Next slide, please. So quick analysis, we'll run through these. Looking at if they met the criteria and then potential mitigation benefits, Coors Boulevard north of PDN met the requirements for a dBA reduction. It, however, was a little bit too expensive to meet the cost benefit rate. Next slide, please. South of PDN, again, Coors Boulevard to the river, the feasibility level for receivers receiving a reasonable noise reduction was not met. A lot of this has to do with receivers over, receivers. Receivers are, let me step back, receivers are areas that experience noise. For example, a backyard where people might frequently be sitting in there is a receiver. So receivers on second stories are not benefited by the mitigation options we looked at. Next slide, please. Northeast of Paseo del Norte and second. No receivers, looking at the mitigation options we considered, met the 5 dBA noise reduction. Part of this has to do with heavy influences from Second Street and its traffic that is implementing noise on these areas. Next slide, please. Again, similarly, when we look at southwest of Paseo del Norte and Second Street, less than 50% of receivers looking at our mitigation options experience a 5 dBA noise reduction. Again, this is an area with several stories that are high, or several receivers that are second story or third story. And these are difficult to mitigate without creating noise walls that are significantly taller and can be visual impacts on a community. Next slide, please. And the final area we looked at was northwest of Paseo del Norte. This was the initial area requested to look at by the NMDOT. All receivers at this place, none of them reached the 67 dBA NAC. And looking at potential noise reduction in the area, none have received a mitigation of any higher than 1.1 dBA. Next slide, please. So just a quick summary. 4 areas within the study met the NAC requirements, which is Coors Boulevard north and south of PDN from Coors to the river, and then the northeast and southwest quadrants of the PDN and 2nd Street interchange. Moving forward, the Berner analysis indicates that only one of these locations even meets the feasibility standard of providing 5 dBA reduction in noise for more than half of the first row receivers. The one area that we meet these requirements is the Coors Boulevard to river north of Paseo del Norte. No area that we analyzed had a cost benefit that reached the requirement set by the NMDOT. And just a final closing thought, these are just levels that we looked at. We tried to keep mitigation options under 10 feet because we believe that the visual integrity of the village, particularly within the area, is of importance. And so when you start getting walls 14, 15 feet high, they're large and can impede visual landscapes. And so that is our presentation, I believe. Is there another slide? That's it? All right. We stand for questions.
Are there questions from the board?
I have some, Mayor Pro Tem. And great presentation, very well done. And
thank you, Trustee Ranovich.
And appreciate it that you're doing this, both DOT and parametrics. When did you measure the dBA of traffic?
Yes, great question, Trustee Ranovich. We, for our project, measured at just before and through peak hour in the evening. So generally 2 p.m. to about 6 p.m. The reason for this is when you're doing noise study based on the standards, you typically want to look at the loudest time. Generally, the loudest time in most areas is peak travel hour or just before when cars are driving faster and there's a lot of traffic. So for that reason, we stuck with the 2 to about 6 p.m.
So, and I know you're following NAC standards, and I've worked on projects with folks like you on, for the DOT. Sometimes NAC standards don't follow what's truly happening in particular locations. And I'll say that there are many times, and I probably could get everybody to raise their hands, when at 2 or 3 in the morning, there's a couple of kids racing down Paseo, and some people waking up from that. And I betcha those vehicles are much higher than the dBA that you stated. So I'm just saying that maybe, I don't know if you can keep your monitors out there overnight, but it would show you a different story, because that hum from peak hours is really different than silence and then incredible sound in the middle of the night, and it is disruptive. And so, and I get that it doesn't meet NAC standards, but just a comment.
Trustee Radnovich, thank you for the comment. That is true. And unfortunately, with standards, there's often areas that would get overlooked. One of such being in the middle of the night. It is important to note that the general standards are for over an hour peak of time. And so that's hence why they do it during the peak hour of traffic, because over the hour long, it's going to be louder. There are different standards which we did not address because we were using the NMDOT standards. We were looking over peak hour. We could do a different study. We did not, but a different study for looking at isolated events at the AM. I have no doubt that it is loud in the morning. I don't live in the area, so I can't attest to it, but no doubt that that is happening.
It is, and I'd ask that if the DOT could find a way to expand that study slightly, that would be much appreciated.
Yeah, we could look at it and consider it because it is probably an issue in the area.
Thank you very much. Another comment I was going to make is I believe that a lot of the sound that comes, that affects the village comes from the road east of 2nd Street. As soon as those cars and those tires and those mufflers are above the valley, make that rise up to, Journal Center, kind of where you're just rising up east of 2nd Street. I think a lot of noise comes from there, and I think that might tell a different story. Just saying, if you looked at that.
Yeah, Trustee Radnovich, thank you for your comment. No doubt this corridor is unique in that it's very elevation-wise. It changes, it goes high and low. The thing about sound is it doesn't travel in a straight line, so you're 100% right. If things are higher, it's going to hit your receivers, the homes in the area at a different angle, and if it's lower, it's going to be the same thing. It's what makes noise studies a little bit difficult, but for this study, we focused on PDN, and in the future, perhaps there's opportunity to look at other roadways.
I'm talking about PDN.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'm talking about the rise on Paseo del Norte east of 2nd Street.
Oh, yes. Oddly enough,
I'm not trying to attack.
No. You're oddly enough, the concrete wall barriers that exist there, because 2nd Street has a no truck ordinance. Those concrete wall barriers actually do a decent job of stopping tire noise, which is what most noise is from passenger vehicles. But we can definitely look at this a little bit more in the future.
But there are a lot of trucks that go down Paseo to 2nd Street.
To 2nd Street, that is correct.
Sorry, I'm just bringing up a couple more things. I'm sorry. No, I think that was it. So just wanted to make those few comments for your consideration.
Thank you, Trustee Radnovich. Those are great comments. We still stand for questions.
Are there other questions from the board? Gil?
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. This is not my area of expertise by any means. And I don't have the presentation to refer to in front of me, but it sounds like you did 4 different tests at different locations. And of those, only one pretty much showed that it needed any type of correction. And of that correction, the one that showed it meets the requirements for the certain types of corrections. Am I understanding appropriately?
More or less. We did a study of the entire corridor, but 4 areas met what would typically be classified as a area needing abatement. Please keep in mind for FHW and NMDOT standards, typically the only time noise abatement is considered is if a new roadway or a new reconstruction is being implemented. There's not really any standards for just a straight noise study. But we were basing it off of if you were putting in a new noise, how that would work. 4 areas met the standards, as you said, and of those 4, only one even putting in mitigation options of 10 feet or lower, only one had benefits higher than 5 dBA, which is generally what FHWA, I'm sorry, I should have stated this earlier, Federal Highway Administration, FHWA considers reasonable for mitigation options. And I'm happy to answer any other questions if you want to chat another time.
Perfect. I just wanted to try to simplify it in my simple brain, so thank you for that.
No bad questions at all. And I'm sorry, I have printed out copies of the presentation. I can give all of you if you'd like one.
That'd be great.
But
That we could also post on our website as well.
Absolutely, we can get that for you.
When will the report be complete?
I'm going to pass that to Zach.
Well, so right now, we're going to further convene with the DOT and with, we're going to have more discussions with the village, but in doing so, we need to come up with recommendations, if any can be met, moving forward. And so we're at the point where we've done all the research, we've done all of the data collection, and we just need to sit down and have more discussions and comments and solutions that can make sense not only for the village, but for the DOT and for any money that could or maybe would be spent on this. As far as a time frame, I would say late this summer would be a good start. I can't commit to anything right now, but
Mayor. We're looking to gather some information and get this report out in front of the council and mayor and the board of trustees. But we're looking to possibly wrap this up in the next few months.
What I would request is that we have a way to communicate the results as well as the method to the residents of the community. Okay. Because again, I mean, I live north of Paseo, and I can tell you that it's loud usually all day. I mean, and so and I know that other residents around where I am are feeling the same thing too. So if there's a way to ensure that we get information out to the residents, give them an opportunity to comment, I think that would be extremely helpful.
Zach and Tyler, before you leave the podium, would you state your full names for the record, please?
yes, Zach Troncoso.
Tyler Pennington of Parametrics. And I see we have a couple audience members with questions. Are they allowed to ask those or not at this time?
Not at this time, no, I'm sorry.
All right. Any further questions, trustees?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
And Representative Hill.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Remo, trustees. I'm Day Hockman V. Hill, proud resident of the Village of Los Ranchos, 908 Los Prados de Guadalupe Drive Northwest. And I'm just here speaking in front of the village with Greg Clark of New Mexico Department of Transportation, Tyler and Zach. I wanted to give residents a little more context surrounding the study and what led us to the inception of the study. DOT has been planning to do a noise study of Paseo del Norte for quite some time. However, I received several complaints from constituents living up and down and around Paseo del Norte, asking that we study this issue, particularly as it pertains to Los Ranchos and those affected villagers. So I coordinated with the Department of Transportation, and I put some of my what we call capital outlay funding money and junior money, which is appropriated from the state budget per each legislator, towards this specific noise study in hopes of getting additional information so that we can put together a plan to get our villagers some relief. So thanks to the hard work of Greg and Tyler and Zach, we now have this study. We wanted to give you a preview of it this evening with the caveat that there's going to be a much larger discussion and probably a singular town hall dedicated to just this noise study that will happen after the final report comes out and we have some recommendations. But I also wanted to give guarantees to those people who are affected that no matter what the outcome of the study, I am dedicated to finding a solution to this issue. I know that it affects several people on a daily basis, and so we're going to get creative. We have the ability to utilize not just federal funding and state funding, but I also have some discretionary funding that I might be able to put towards this issue as well. So we are dedicated to finding a solution to this problem, and we very much look forward to discussing it with all of you later this summer. So thanks for having us, and thanks for honoring Mayor Craig's memory. He will be dearly missed.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, okay, so next, we have also a brief presentation from Lavender in the Village. Would you please come to the microphone and then state your name and address, please?
Hi, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem and Trustees. I'm Nan Nash. I am village adjacent at 6111 Kensington Drive Northwest.
And I'm Allison O'Leary, and I live in Lee Acres at 723 Fairway Road Northwest.
We're members of the Lavender in the Village Board, and we're here to just, and we will make this brief. You have a packed agenda, we respect that. But just talk very briefly, especially for a couple of the new trustees who may not be familiar with the Lavender in the Village 501c3 nonprofit board and what we do. I think this may be a little bit redundant for some of the more seasoned trustees. We do have some slides, I'm hoping.
No, ma'am. Katie never sent me any slides.
Oh, God, we're gonna have to kill Katie. She's our board president. Anyways, all right.
She's in California.
Yes, and she's vacationing, so no slides. Okay, then we'll move forward without slides. So we're really just here to talk a little bit about the history of Lavender in the Village and what the board does, and how this, most people associate Lavender in the Village with the Lavender Fest that happens each year in the village, and we're not really here to talk about that so much, more as to inform trustees about our board.
So it is it's more of the history of the festival, or actually the history of the 501c3, which are, although named the same, they are different entities. Just very brief history. 2006 was about when the first festival happened. It was a very small, it was with the Rembys, a tea and lavender tour, a tea tasting tour. And then it grew from there, and it went on to became Lavender in the Valley. It became Lavender in the Village under Mayor Larry Abrams. And then in 2014, there was no fest, so it stopped. So everybody's a volunteer. It just sort of had run its time, and 2013 was the first half of it just wasn't a fest for 2 years. Then came David Hudson. I'm sure many of you know David Hudson. He's been a very active member of the village for a very long time, and he revived it. And we started having a new festival in 2016, and so what we wanted to share with you, which we had a beautiful slide to do this, so you'll have to just imagine it. Nice little slides, nice little, very beautifully done by Katie, which she didn't send. Anyhow, what we have done as a 501c3 to give back to the village, which we love, even though we are village adjacent. We are surrounded by the village. We are not technically part of it. But the village has always been in our mission statement, which I give to you, I think. Anyways, so giving back to the village has always been a key part for the Lavender in the Village. And somewhere along the line between different administrations, some of that may have gotten lost. So the primary mission of Lavender in the Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque will be to stimulate an interest in sustainable agriculture with an emphasis on educating the public about lavender, its uses, and to preserve historic agriculture in Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, and then, of course, its surrounding open space. So we always sort of adopt Los Poblanos Fields, which is not technically part of Los Ranchos, but we feel very passionately about what they're doing and what they bring to the village and to our area. So I have just a little rundown, and the print is very tiny here, so please excuse me. I thought I was going to be able to read it much larger print. Over the years, just very briefly, we supported the farm camp with nearly $30,000 between 2016 and 2022. Actually, not quite 22 and 2000, because the village used to run the farm camp, and then Explora Museum took over, and then we supported them in supporting the farm camp. We donated $15,000 to the village for signage at the Agri-Nature Center. We had $7,000 to buy lavender plants to put in at the Agri-Nature Center. Just a donation to the village in 2022 of $5,000. And then there's the annual vendor fees that is estimated at about $2,500. There is for the people who come to the who participate in the festival, there are their New Mexico gross receipts taxes, which we don't have any control over, but we give them all the information of where their gross receipts taxes should go to. So we hope the village is getting a good bump from there as well. So we just love being a part of the village. We love being a part of it. We did in 2022. We left that. We, as our board, we stayed a 501c3, and we were able to donate, and it's on to many places in Albuquerque. Do you want to talk about that now?
Sure. So our main fundraising activity is obviously the Lavender Fest. And for many years, the Lavender Fest really just sort of poked along. We're a volunteer board, and so we just poked along, and it was not a big fundraising opportunity. In fact, during the COVID years, we worked out of the Agri-Nature Center and just gave people lavender bags with lavender just to keep lavender in the village in people's minds. But since the fest has come back on since 2016, the fest has become more profitable, and we use those profits to sustain our mission. And so we have donated to a number of projects like the Albuquerque Sign Language Academy for their project Edible Trails at the Agri-Nature Center, to Alvarado Elementary, which is very close to here, for their garden, to Oscora Farms, and that's local microfarm operations, to the Bernalillo County Museum, to Mandy's Farm. I am sure many people are familiar with Mandy's Farm, and for farm infrastructure, to Meals on Wheels for the purpose of local agricultural products. And, we could, one of our favorites, to Space Dog Farms, which is another local microgrow. So we use our festival, which the village has been very supportive of, to raise funds to continue the mission, which we believe marries very nicely with the village's mission. And is anything else, or should we stand for questions?
We would, sure, there would be, we'd be happy to stand for questions if that's appropriate right now, or if you trustees, please have.
Are there any questions at all for discussion from the board? Anybody?
Yes. So I think some positive changes were made this year in regards to the Lavender Festival. And one of the complaints that I had from the last festival was that we seem to have lost our identity, and this should be our festival. Los Ranchos should be prominent in things that are printed up, and I didn't see that. In particular, the T-shirts had said nothing about Los Ranchos on it. That and it was very crowded, but I think some positive changes were made. So I'm glad we're continuing, and we make corrections when we can, right?
Yeah. I think we agree. We did, as a board, we had some changes happen in people's lives who were on our board, and so we leased the rights to Rio Grande Community Farms. And they were doing their best, but I believe they are coming back to there's been many meetings. I think we've come back to putting things back in order, and we do understand that there's a lot of people that come to the festival. It's shocking, actually.
Trustee Radovich, you had a question or comment?
I had a comment. I just wanted to thank you for what you do, because I didn't really realize how much you do for the community at large, maybe not Los Ranchos, but the community at large in your mission, and how you've donated money, and just your volunteerism is great. So I'm really happy, as Trustee Benavidez is, that things have moved in a positive direction, and yeah, thank you for what you do.
Thank you for taking the time to present to us newbies. I'm going to throw Frank in there with me. I had no idea how this had all come to be, and so that was very helpful to understand. And also to echo Trustee Radnovich's sentiments, I had no idea of the giving and the breadth of your donations to the community in such cohesive charities and sorts that align a lot with the village's culture. So it's nice to have a great partner like that, and to bring in, I've been an attendee and I love the festival. So it's amazing to see all those people and how excited and how family friendly it is to bring them to our community. That's just beautiful to showcase and show off. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take about a 5-minute break. If we can, take a stretch and we'll be right back. Okay, so we need to approve minutes. We have minutes from March 26th, 2024. Oh, okay. Time of, let's see, time coming back is 7:55 PM. So we have meeting minutes from the 26th. We also have meeting minutes from April 16th. Is there a motion to approve both sets of minutes?
Motion to approve both sets of minutes.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. I'll second it.
Okay, okay. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rana, yes. Okay. We're looking at now financial business, so CFO Tammy Silva, is she available? Oh, we're going to skip that?
Yes,
okay.
Mayor.
All right, hang on. Okay. We will go then to 10, okay. Public hearings. Okay, so, and public hearings, 10A, discussion and approval to advertise ordinance number 299. Are the representatives here to discuss the ordinance 299? Brennan?
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. My name is Brennan Williams. I'm an independent contractor and consultant assisting the Planning and Zoning Department with day-to-day support staff services, and will be presenting item 10A. Trustees, this is a ordinance amending existing ordinance number 284 to rescind the pilot project program allowing for up to 3 conservation development projects in the village of Los Ranchos and establishing provisions for conservation developments, removing pilot project approval processes from Planning and Zoning Commission matrix, adding approval processes for conservation developments, and correcting an omission, and amending and removing definitions, amending a section on the conservation development standards. TA 2401, as I just read, is proposed text amendments to the village's comprehensive zoning code. The new ordinance 299 is offered tonight to amend the existing ordinance 284. This matter comes before the Board of Trustees as a recommendation of approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission from their April 9th public hearing. As I just read, this item tonight is for discussion and approval to advertise the proposed changes. The staff report begins on page 61 of your packet, and it includes 2 versions of the proposed amendments. One is the red line version that shows the changes, the modifications to the existing language, as well as a second version, the clean version, which incorporates all those changes. We've also included the PowerPoint presentation in your packet. I know the agenda is long tonight, but just a brief history on how we got here tonight, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees. On March 9th, 2022, the Board of Trustees approved a pilot project program for conservation developments that would allow the village to determine if small-scale implementation of certain land use concepts was appropriate for the village, and further explore the concept of conservation development, also known as cluster housing, within the village. This ordinance was commonly referred to as 284. Ordinance 284 was originally created to respond to various conditions identified in the village's 2035 master plan, including issues related to affordability and the need for smaller homes to accommodate downsizing seniors and younger residents. As written, Ordinance 284 created the opportunity for smaller homes by allowing more residential units than would otherwise be allowed by a property zoning designation, while at the same time responding to the need to preserve village character by protecting dedicated open space and not allowing a larger building footprint than would otherwise be allowed. Resident concerns about the unintended consequences of the language within the ordinance included concerns about a lack of a cap on the number of dwelling units that could be created, increased traffic, and a perceived uncertainty concerning potential density within village neighborhoods. Tonight's text amendments attempt to respond to these concerns by limiting the total number of dwelling units that can be developed in a conservation development, while still allowing modest density bonuses to incentivize the required conservation areas set aside. The moratorium on the existing pilot project program and conservation development standard permits applications that are currently within the code has been extended several times, the most recent of which will expire on June 30th of 2024. During these moratorium periods, staff was directed to work with the Citizens Advisory Committee, commonly known as the CAC, to discuss and ultimately propose amendments to Ordinance 284 to address citizen concerns. Since March of 2023, the CAC has met approximately 20 times to work on proposed text amendments to 284. Meeting notes and project updates were posted on the village website to keep the public apprised of these discussions. Residents, contractors, and other development experts attended various meetings and provided input. There were 4 scheduled public meetings, one on May 4th, 2023, one on November 15th, 2023, and 2 meetings on February 1st of 2024 to solicit public input and ultimately formulate the changes that come before you tonight. At their April 9th public hearing, the Planning and Zoning Commission heard from members of the public, CAC representatives, and staff and consultants on these proposed changes, and following extensive discussion, the commission voted to recommend approval of the proposal to the Board of Trustees. A summary of the proposed revisions is outlined on pages 62 and 63 of your packet. In addition to that, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted to include in their recommendation 5 additional recommendations or changes. The first pertains to the portion of the code that refers to height regulations specific to walls and fences. The Planning and Zoning Committee voted to amend the first sentence to read that conservation area may not be divided by fences or walls within the area unless fences or walls are related to the implementation of the use of the conservation area and are approved by the village. Number 2, the village shall develop template language for all conservation area covenants that ensures that they are established in perpetuity and are filed with the plat. Number 3, the village shall provide calculations and examples of sample developments with the applications. Number 4, Chapter 9, Article 2, Section 2, which references the zoning code, the action matrix shall be revised so that all conservation area applications, including deviations and variances, come before the commission for recommendation to the board for final decision by the board. And number 5, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommends that the Board of Trustees establish reasonable and appropriate financial assurances for the performance of the ordinance. Joining me tonight are Sandy Geiser, Planning and Zoning Consultant who worked with the former director as these changes were being discussed, as well as Mr. Robert Chavez and Mr. Hank Kelly, who are with the CAC, to add any pertinent additional information and answer any questions. But I would like to reiterate, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, that tonight's agenda item is to put forward for discussion and approval to advertise these text amendments. And unless there are any questions, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to turn the floor over to Mr. Chavez and Mr. Kelly so they can provide their input.
Please do.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, Robert Chavez, member of the CAC and chairman. And with me is Hank Kelly, another member of the CAC. The ordinance before you is a result of a year-long effort by the CAC committee. And as Mr. Brennan stated, we had more than 20 committee meetings. And I want to emphasize the fact that the majority of these meetings were publicly allowed and allowed for public input. So attendance was allowed, and we had a good attendance at most of the meetings and good input. In addition, he mentioned the 4 public open meetings that we held, and those were very substantial and had great input. The first one, most importantly, was one in which we invited probably the residents to partake in a discussion as to whether or not the ordinance was applicable for the village. And if it was, what changes would be necessary in their minds to make it more palatable than the 284. And that was a great success, and we got great input, which the CAC acted on to produce the recommendations in the first phase. The second open meeting reviewed those recommendations, and we got a lot of serious input from the residents, which we took back, made changes, and then followed up with two other open meetings where we presented the final recommendations, which are before you. I want to cover some just major important items. The overreaching objective of 299 is to enhance open space within our village while encouraging size diversity without materially increasing the density impact of that development, okay? And just to reemphasize, the P&Z unanimously approved this ordinance, and they vetted it very well, as you can tell by the recommendations by the P&Z. And we appreciate that vetting process. Good job. The major differences, I just want to point out what 299 major differences are from 284. The first is most important. The process for approval of a 299 development now follows the village's standard development process for major subdivisions. That requires extensive vetting through the process through P&Z and BOT, okay? Second, 299 provides a robust means to increase and maintain more conservation open space in the area that is being developed for residential in the future. In addition, the ordinance provides an enforceable maintenance plan for the conservation area. Most importantly, to protect and make sure we get that conservation area taken care of in perpetuity, not like we've seen in some other developments, one in particular on Rio Grande. Another important issue, 299 removes the calculation of allowable FAR based on the entire site to only the developable area. That is the total site amount minus the 35 conservation minus any infrastructure. This reduces the FAR allowed, which is the floor area allowed to put into the dwelling units, by roughly 42 to 50% from the current ordinance. 299 also removes the FAR being the determining factor in how many lots would be allowed. The DUs allowed are based on the original number of units for that site in the applicable zoning, right? With a minor bonus for the 35% conservation space being set aside by the developer. And that's an outstanding, we believe. In addition, the ordinance does not penalize or incent a developer. It is not a developer's ordinance, trust me. It merely attempts to balance a developer's ability to break even by doing a 299 development after the 35% conservation area is given versus doing a traditional development. It is a means for this village to maintain in perpetuity its character, which is our brand. And in the last item, the lot sizes and setbacks, and this is critical also, within the development parcel are not set by the ordinance. So creativity and diversity can be in the development and give the developer that opportunity to be creative. Or, to put it another way, home sizes can vary, but not the number of homes. And I'm going to turn it over to Hank Kelly right now. Thank you.
Hank Kelly, 6900 Rio Grande Boulevard. One of the commissioners at the Planning and Zoning Committee said, this ordinance is an opportunity to create a beautiful space. It's an opportunity. One of the commissioners said, well, we've got to have a ban on walls on the street so people can see it. And the response was, well, let's get traffic enforcement underway so that the noise level is down. What I'm trying to say is this ordinance is not intended to be a fix-all. It's intended to deal with three things that Ordinance 284 was designed to do, facially designed to do. One, enhance open space in our village. Two, enhance diversity of housing size in our village. And three, not overly impact density. The problem with 284, the existing ordinance, is because the floor area ratio is used to establish the number of lots that can be on the development. The lots, for example, on the Chavez Guadalupe thing could have been as many as 40, depending upon the lot sizes the developer wanted to put on that space. So what does this do? If you look at the trend line of the number of additional houses, you will see it's a very gradual and even trend line. It doesn't go like this. So a number of additional lots that can go on a space is very modest, and it's intended to create essentially functional equivalency in density. Smaller houses, smaller footprints, but maybe a few more of them. Let me give you an example. If you look at the Prado development on Rio Grande Boulevard, and you see the dirt that is in front of that very lovely old Lovelady space, that 28 acres, you will see it's not being maintained. Were this ordinance in effect for that entire frontage, that 280-foot setback, could have been used by the developer as maintained open space, the responsibility of that Prado HOA, and the number of lots would not have been reduced, but the configuration of the houses and lots within the space could have been done without having to worry about 1 acre lots, and could have been done without internal setbacks issues and other similar issues, which creates this one big house on 1 acre lot look. So you could have had more of a clustering of the same number of houses with the conservation of all of that beautiful frontage on Rio Grande Boulevard. That's an example of what this ordinance could do, and it would be a great incentive to a developer. They would jump at it, I believe. I think George would agree. Gil would probably agree. Okay, the next thing is, this isn't the developer's dream for increased density. The density, let's give you an example. If you look at it from a floor area ratio, that's the footprint of the buildings. Let's take a 3-acre parcel. Let's assume that 3-acre parcel would be entitled to have 3 1-acre lots and 3 houses on it. Those 3 houses could be as large as 8,000 square feet each. That's not including the drive, the parking garage. That's a big house. You take 35% of that 3 acres, or about 1 acre, a little more than 1 acre, and you reduce the total floor area ratio applicable to the remaining developable area. You reduce that far to 17,000. You get 4 houses instead of 3, but they're all going to be 6,500 square feet or less, not 8,000 square feet. So what have you done? Functional density equivalency is essentially what you've got there. Plus, you're permitting those 4 houses to be clustered in a way to where you're preserving over an acre of open space in perpetuity, and you're able to design those lots so that they're beautiful. They create a neighborhood instead of three single lots with walls separating those lots after development. So it has the potential of being a very creative and beautiful space. 284 prohibited the use of the pilot ordinance unless you had 3 times the acreage needed in the zone. So in this case, in A1 zone, you had to have a 3-acre lot. You had a 9-acre lot over at Chavez and Guadalupe Trail. Let's take a 2-acre lot, because 299 would be available for a 2-acre lot. And it's a long, skinny lot, because you know that's happening more and more in our village. And so the family that owns that lot and has 2 kids wants to develop it and give it to those 2 kids. The only thing they have available to them right now is 2 lots, 1 acre each. One's up next to the acequia and one's on the street. And one kid says, hell no, I don't want that. I want the one near the acequia. This would permit open space wherever is best useful, about 7/10 of an acre, and have those 2 houses clustered in a community family environment, because you wouldn't have to worry about internal lot lines. You're solving the problem of family, you're keeping open space, and you're not further seeing the big house on a 1-acre lot and destroying the ambiance of our village. These are the opportunities presented by this ordinance. And I would urge you to publish it, and I would urge you to pass it after it's published. We can't solve all the problems, but there are so many benefits offered by this ordinance that not to proceed with it is just going to permit what we already have. Prado on Rio Grande Boulevard, and 1-acre lots and one house on 1-acre lots, and the same thing in our R zones, where we could have, for example, 3 lots, maybe 4 houses, 5 houses, but a community picnic area or a community garden could be developed in the R zone. So the opportunities are wonderful, and the planning department could sell this, and it would make our village even more special than it already is. I stand for questions.
I think at this point, we're not going to be taking, well, let me backtrack. Do members of the board have particular questions they'd like to ask?
I do, but did you have a reason why we need to move?
Well, because this is a vote to advertise. So we're going to have additional time between now and the time when we actually take a vote in order to be able to review the plan.
How about just comments that he doesn't have to answer to?
Go ahead.
So you have an example, so when you come back, I think maybe our planning and zoning person mentioned to do another example for R2, right? If you could do that, address whether it's mandatory or not mandatory. I believe it's not mandatory for some. Okay, and it's a vast improvement. I agree, and I'm going to support this. But you might address the issue about somebody gaming the system. Meaning for the 3-acre example, you could break it up into a 2-acre plus a 1-acre, and thereby you don't get any more of a bonus, but in terms of the number of houses, but you would give up less open space. Even with that weakness, I think it's far superior to 284. So, but yeah, that's all I have.
Trustee Radovich, did you have a comment, please?
I just have a comment. I think the advantage to an ordinance like this is to further the culture of Los Ranchos, and especially the open space that we regard so dearly. And those fields that are along Rio Grande and other parts of the village are going to be maintained as development occurs, instead of having a wall up against the street, because the only street that is really protected is Rio Grande Boulevard, and only a portion of it. And that's where the 280-foot setback occurs. So even on other streets and on other roads and trails in the village, we would have some open space left and a slightly higher density, but not much if you look at all of the numbers. So I think this could be called the village open space. I'm not going to come up with a good word. Never mind. But I think it's a really great way for the village to maintain its look and feel with open space that is maintained and managed without sacrificing high-density development like the one that everybody opposed, many people opposed on Cheves Road.
Trustee Kiefer, do you have a comment at all?
So we're not asking questions?
No, this is for comment only, because we're going to have another session in order to explore this further.
Mayor Pro Tem, my apologies for interrupting, but we have Ms. Sandy Geisler at the podium, who is also working on the committee and may want to share some of her knowledge with us at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, some of the questions or some of the comments I can address now and give you a chance to think about it until the next meeting. But it is not mandatory. This is not a mandatory ordinance. This is an option that a landowner a property owner in Los Ranchos can choose to use to be able to have a little bit more of density. So for example, one of the examples that I like to use is a 3-acre parcel where you would be, you have A1, which is 1 acre, 1 house per acre. You have a property owner that wants to divide that property. It has 4 heirs. Well, the way it exists right now with a traditional subdivision, you would get 3 lots. You would not be able to accommodate that 4th person. So under this ordinance, you would have that density bonus and you would be able to have a 4th home, a 4th lot. It'd be smaller. You wouldn't have a 1 acre lot, but it would be a smaller, and then you'd have that 35% conservation area in addition to that. So it does afford a minimal density bonus the way it's set up. It's not, as Hank and said, it's not, and Robert said, there's several components of this new ordinance that's different from the old ordinance. There's 3 or 4 components that are set in stone that you don't change. The 35% conservation area, that's set in stone. If somebody wants to come in, wants to do this type of development, 35% open space, conservation area is required. The old ordinance had a sliding scale. So that's something that's not changing, something you can count on. And that was one of the things that we wanted to address is there's too much flexibility and obscurity in the current ordinance. So 35%, that's definite. It's based on the current zoning. It wasn't based on the current zoning before. It was just, so you know that you're going to start out, if you have a 3-acre lot, you're going to start out with 3 houses. And from there, you build on that density bonus. So, and the density bonus is capped. You can't game the system and say, I'll give you a little bit more and you give me a couple more, let me have a couple more houses. It's set at that ratio of 0.5. So that's another thing that's set in stone. It's something that you can bank on, that the communities know that there's not going to be this wheeling dealing going on in it. The first ordinance was very obscure about that. So maybe more flexible, but you weren't really sure what you were going to get until the developer came in and started dividing up the properties. So that's what I wanted to assure you, that we've thought about all those things. We've talked about the process. We want to make sure it has plenty of time for vetting to get a good design that the community actually wants and would like to have. So that's basically what I have to say, and I have other examples if you're interested or anything, if you have any other questions.
Did you have a comment?
Yeah, so I guess, you know, in preparation of hearing it and just kind of my comments of, you know, it's really about protecting that open space. And I understand, you know, the density bonus to protect the open space and also to have the creativity within the community to be able to align it to most, to better protect any type of interests or visual interests and or you know, special trees or, you know, who knows what that particular lot may have. But I guess my question is, or is this going to be at time of development? And I know I'm asking a question, but it's a rhetorical question for preparation for next time, because it's what I'm thinking about is, again, it's the struggle of the HOA. How is that going to be monitored? How's that going to be maintained? Are we, the village, putting the HOA to the developer and saying, hey, you know, because I know there's talks of performance bonds, but, you know, I did some research with some of the biggest bond companies, and that's not I don't believe it's an answer. So it's wanting to know how we're really going to protect that, and I guess it also goes back to, from an administration standpoint, from the villages, how are we gonna track this far? How are we gonna track the square footage of each house, because developers don't come in and build model homes and then sell the homes, right? They're selling the lots, they're selling the plans, they're selling, and it may take 2 or 3 years, depending on the size of the project. So who's gonna have this tickler file at the village that's going to maintain it, especially through transitions? You know, there may be political transitions, there may be just staff transitions. So, you know, we need to just make sure that all of the I's are dotted and T's are crossed, in my opinion, before I'd feel comfortable just moving forward. I think it's great. I think it's got a great start, but we don't know what we don't know yet, and we still have a pilot going on. And I'm kind of concerned because we're learning, we're getting our teeth kicked in as the pilot is going on, and we're learning from that lesson to just all of a sudden Band-Aid that, so.
Perhaps a good answer is that there's conditions in the current pilot conservation project that's going on that Bill Chappell, I believe, is working on to
Right, but we don't have
satisfy those
yet.
requirements.
We don't have those yet. We're under a tighter deadline, so I don't want to say, hey, in the future, when that one gets settled, we'll just implement that. I want to be proactive. I don't want to just keep Band-Aiding something that's hemorrhaging.
Yeah, and to the point, well taken, but we believe that there is going to be enforceable items on that project, so.
Trustee, I actually, if I can, Mayor Pro Tem, I actually have started redlining the ordinance language that the team put together. And so I wasn't going to bring that up tonight because they're little things that I see as issues. But that comes later when we actually vote on this. Advertising for it is a different matter. So
I appreciate that. My fear is in all transparency is our next board meeting's in June. The moratorium expires June 30th. And I don't like operating under the gun. So I would much rather individuals know now what I would like to see, rather than us run into beginning of June and me say, well, I could have brought that up, but didn't, because I don't want to end up in a pickle that was presented 2 years ago.
I was going to say, again, I can certainly see the value of this as well. But again, as we've talked about, the devil's in the details. Okay, and one of the issues that I think needs to be addressed is the approval process. I don't know whether we need to use the same process for this type of project as we do for other kinds of subdivisions in the village. The reason for that, I think, is that we don't have an understanding yet of what these projects are going to look like. We don't have an understanding of, of the process of what's going to take place. I've had communication with a couple of other members of the community who even suggest that maybe a way to start this off is to come forth with a project, okay? But before we come forth with the project, that we have the process in place so that we're not going to be going back and trying to reinvent as we do this. And even to the point where possibly someone who's interested in developing a project like this comes before the board at an open meeting and talks about what their vision is for this project, even before it starts going through the approval process, so that everyone can get an understanding about what it might look like. Everyone can get an understanding of what the layout, seems to be. And for me, I guess this is a way to make sure that everyone in the community has clarity about what that project is going to be, how it's going to be developed, and give folks an opportunity to share their concerns. Okay, because I know one of the things that occurs is that you may have a smaller number of people who show up to P&Z, or may even show up to the Board of Trustee meetings, but I'd like to be able to educate as we go through this process.
I would say in answer to that, Mayor Pro Tem, that group has had 4 public meetings over the last year, has had 20 plus public meetings of the CAC over. They were. Stop.
Excuse me. Let's give him an opportunity.
Let me have my say, please. They were advertised. They were advertised. Not all 20, but every one of them. And we did have the public attend, including our past mayor, Joe Craig. So there has been ample opportunity for people to understand this. And let me ask you another question. If a standard subdivision came into this village right now, you would not see any of the things you just asked for. It would just get approved by our planning and zoning. So if it were of a certain size.
A minor subdivision.
A minor subdivision.
A major would not.
So Brendan, what is a minor
Which is what got us in trouble with another project.
So what is a minor subdivision? Right. versus a major subdivision?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radnovich, it's the size of the project. I believe it's 5 acres. Less is classified as a minor, and anything above that is a major.
Yeah. So all of those subdivisions that could come in and those walls that could be put up on our streets, instead of having open space in front of them, would get approved.
So Brennan, anything with 5 acres or less have no public meetings?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Kiefer, there is a procedure. Minors do go before the Planning Commission, and they make a recommendation based on the standards that come before the board. But anything over 5 acres has to be approved by the Board of Trustees.
So it does still go through an open process through planning and zoning?
But if you look at the number of lots that are over 5 acres in the village, they're very few.
Correct.
Very few. And we would have very little recourse to allow those over 5 acre lots, except for the ones over on Rio Grande where the 280 foot setback is of not approving them or approving them. I mean,
So
if they're following the rules.
I'm confused, George. And maybe I just lost between the interaction between Mayor Pro Tem right now and you. I don't know how to say this outside of just saying it, and I don't mean it mean, but what was your point at that? I guess I'm confused at.
My point is that plenty of subdivisions could come through the village that the trustees do not see, that would have walls, 1 acre ranchettes, and individual lots on them. In this case, if we were to pass, at least advertise so that we could talk about a conservation ordinance, there would be an opportunity on the part of those developers to get a slight bit more density and have 30%, 35% density, or 35% open space in front of it. So we would be preserving landscape that would otherwise be a walled-in yard.
And I don't think anyone is disagreeing with that, right? I think that that's a good thing and a good thing for the village. I think it's the devil's in the details, and let's make sure everything's buttoned up. And I guess to you know, I don't want to speak for trustee right now, Mayor Pro Tem, but for me, you know, there's been a lot starting January when I got elected that has taken a lot of attention, you know, no excuse, but I want to give this the attention it deserves as well. And I want to make sure, which is why I wanted to bring up those comments, you know, it may not be a popular opinion, but I want to make sure that we have everything finalized so when I do hear it, that I feel comfortable with it and that I can move forward saying, hey, look, I think we did our full due diligence in this process, rather than, you know, hold it for myself just because this is an advertisement. And then here we come in June and now it's like, oh, well, you didn't ask that before. And no, we don't have that to be able to give to you, you know, to really start kind of getting those thoughts of where I'm at so that we don't run up against the clock.
I appreciate you saying that because that exact thing happened to Trustee Benavidez and me when we became trustees a little over 2 years ago.
I remember you saying that at the mayor forums, and
Absolutely.
Which is why I'm hoping and I believe that you and Trustee Benavidez respect the fact that we're kind of slow playing it, but not slow playing it to be difficult. I'm slow playing it to make sure that we do it right, and we're not just impulsively doing this. And I appreciate that there's been a lot of public meetings, but I remember there were a lot of those meetings that took place that were during the day, weekdays. And so I wasn't able to attend because I work. And I'm sure there's a lot of other people that might have been wanted to attend but couldn't because they were on weekdays, which it happens. Things have to happen, but I'm just saying, we need to make sure that we give it the due diligence that it deserves, because this is our village and this is priority, and we need to protect it.
So my question is, for Brendan or maybe Bill Chappell, we have a June 30th deadline to get this done. We had passed a moratorium extension. I believe it was 6 months? 3 months. 3 extensions over the last year. So what I think you're asking for is yet another extension.
I'm not asking for that right now. I'm saying that we can advertise it. I want people to participate in the public process, and then we'll see what happens in June if I feel comfortable at that time with any type of recommended changes.
Your main concerns, trustee, are that the open space won't be taken care of, or that, is that right?
So there's a few concerns, but I do not feel, and we're running up against this with our current project, that an HOA is sufficient to manage this, because as we've heard from HOA presidents, they have no teeth. There is nothing, even I'm sure I'd love to hear from our code enforcement officer. I'd love to talk to these presidents that I've talked to before that said, we have dilapidated houses and there's nothing we can do. These houses, these people aren't in foreclosure, they just quit like maintaining their house, they're not here. HOAs do not have the skin and teeth that would ensure me at this point that they are going to take care of 35% of their property. And so then I read in here, performance bonds. Well, I'm great friends with one of the #1 bonding agents here in the city. And so I did my due diligence by reaching out and said, hey, what about a performance bond? And I've got some feedback that he shared. I don't want to waste our time because it's long enough, but there's serious concerns that a performance bond will not solve that issue as well. Because performance bonds are specifically, you're looking a little question, so I'll give you the long and short of it. Performance bonds are for contractors, developers, whoever, to say, hey, I'm gonna put in your utilities, right? And if they don't do it, then the bond ends up paying. Bond companies, insurance companies that back these up, for one, they don't want them in perpetuity. There's a definitive end date. We're talking about open land that's gonna be open land in perpetuity. So what we're really talking about is maintenance bonds. Well, insurance companies don't like maintenance bonds because, again, they're in perpetuity. Then, on top of that, so you'd have to do it yearly. You'd have to say, okay, we're gonna get a yearly maintenance bond to ensure that this property is being taken care of. Well, then you have to have the capital for that bond, to back it up. You have to have your credit checked. It's a financial thing. I don't know who in an HOA is gonna say, here's my credit score, here's this, here's that, to get a bond in your name and indemnify that if it doesn't happen, there's nothing you can do about it. So, I have some trepidations that that's our answer, and I don't know what our answer is because we don't know what is happening on other projects. Hence, it's a pilot project for a reason. We're supposed to learn from it, we're supposed to figure it out, and we're supposed to tweak what didn't work, which I think we're there. We're tweaking that. We're making those changes, but we haven't seen all of the details yet and how it plays out.
In that case, trustee, the village has the ability to go maintain that space and then back bill that homeowners association. Did you read that too?
What I would suggest at this point, I know the we're kind of getting into the weeds a bit.
Yeah, we are.
A little bit late. I had, proposed that we do have another open meeting. Because I'm getting comments, I've gotten several comments from residents who still have some difficulty understanding what the content is. And I've explained to them what I know, okay? But I think that there still needs to be an opportunity for people to voice their concerns, get questions answered, in order to be able to be assured that we have a common understanding about what needs to take place in order for this to work. Okay, so if that means that we have to extend this with another moratorium, I'd certainly suggest that we do that.
Mayor Pro Tem, I would suggest that we have a special meeting of the Board of Trustees that is also a public meeting to go over just that.
Okay, well, that could certainly be one way. But I think that there needs to be an opportunity where people sit down together around a table, talk about it, communicate about what their concerns are, and then be able to, again, make some suggestions on what might be possible, or I'm sorry, not even possible, what's going to be required in order to make this really work.
So tonight, we're just talking about advertising.
Right.
There's very little risk in that, I think. Someone in the audience suggested that we use the Village Vision as an advertisement. Well, I think that might be a good idea if I don't know when the next publication comes out, but.
Well, yeah, our objective here tonight is to only advertise.
Yeah.
And that just gives us a way forward to be able to discuss this in further detail and ensure that voices are being heard on this. We do have some individuals who have signed up tonight to talk about this, and I want to give them an opportunity to certainly do that. But I think our vote right now is to be able to make a motion to approve the advertisement only at this point of ordinance 299, respecting the fact that we have some difference of opinion here, and respecting the fact that we do need to have a ability for the public to really weigh in on this. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like to interrupt if I would. So the intent to advertise is merely to meet state statutes. So I do have to advertise 2 weeks in advance prior to the next meeting. It simply says an intention to adopt at the June meeting, if that's the subsequent meeting that we'll be having. If we do not advertise it 2 weeks prior to that meeting, we're in violation of state statutes. The trustees do not have to adopt the ordinance at that meeting. I need to just advertise in order to meet state statutes.
Sure, and at that point, again, I mean, I would certainly would hope that we have an opportunity between now and the June meeting in order to have a special meeting, in order to discuss this. But again, if schedules are such where that's difficult, then I would certainly suggest that we extend the moratorium so that we have an opportunity to think clearly about it. So at this point, though, is there a motion to approve, again, the advertisement of ordinance 299?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the advertisement of ordinance number 299.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, let's see. Okay. Trustee Benavides?
We're going for a vote now?
Yeah, for a vote, yeah.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, you wanted to have folks speak on this?
Well, yeah, I thought we were going to do that after we do this initial vote.
Before.
Yeah. Let me backtrack then. So let's go to the public speakers, okay? The first one is Gordine McKenzie. Please make sure, by the way, that we try to stay to the 2-minute limit.
Absolutely. Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail, Northwest. I know that you all have done a lot of work on this, and I'm very much about citizen committees doing things. However, I'm having flashbacks to what Jim Long said when he was going to do the pilot project. And that was that they were going to be small, affordable houses. There was going to be a lot of conservation land that he was going to give, and it was going to work out. We were going to have young people there, we were going to have retired people there, and we were going to have a particular style that went with the village, like Pueblo Revival. None of that's going to happen. These are $1 million properties and other things. We don't know unless we investigate things further, and I think the HOA is a really important point. I'm concerned that this may be still taking from that pilot project and becoming like a faux pilot project, which in the meeting that I attended, one of the open meetings, and we also did attend a couple CAC meetings, people were speaking out going, well, that means then I can have a lot more neighbors. I don't think anyone would be upset about someone who wanted to have 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 of their kids, you know, maybe build a casita or maybe build a house or other things. My concern is we're also talking about subdivisions, and people will promise you the world. Jim Long told us he's going to move over to his subdivision.
The speaker's time has expired.
I just say, I need to know a lot more. Cancel the original pilot project.
Jeff Phillips. Is Jeff in the room? Okay.
Jeff Phillips, 605 Schulte Road. I'll be brief. I followed the process all throughout the last year. I was here for the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting last month. I want to commend the CAC and the Planning and Zoning Committee. They approved recommending it to you unanimously after significant discussion and the added items that were listed earlier. I would support advertising it as the agenda says and move forward. Thank you.
Nancy Nedroni.
Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. I'm going to talk real fast because I don't have much time. I looked for CIC meetings on the calendar online. They weren't there. I asked the president of the CIC to notify me of when the meetings were. I never heard anything. I went to a couple of CIC meetings. I tried to participate. I was told I could not speak until the end of the meeting. These were not welcoming meetings. The ordinance 299 is deeply flawed. It removes the minimum lot size in order to take advantage of this bonus. That means if let's say I'm in R3 and my lot is 1/3 of an acre plus 1 square foot, I can put 2 houses on that lot according to the calculation and the way that it's done. This is a serious flaw. It threatens to double the population east of 4th Street. This is a serious oversight, okay? And I'm just reading the ordinance. I'm not coming out of nowhere. I'm reading the ordinance. I'm reading the explanation that's provided. For some reason, they removed the permeable minimum. there's a permeable minimum of 60% has to be permeable ground. For some reason, ordinance 299 eliminates that entirely. Why? I don't know. There's great things in this ordinance, and I know that Hank and Robert and the rest are well-intended. I know that George and Gil are well-intended, and I agree about these properties, these larger properties. Definitely an issue, but there are serious flaws in this. There is no legal requirement to advertise this at this time unless we intend to pass it next time. And I think there's so much public objection to this that the trustees cannot possibly, in good faith, plan to pass this at the next meeting. Thank you.
Drew?
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees. I'm going to tell you sections for you to look at. Section K3, we're going to performance bond again. Jen, thank you for covering that quite well. A farmer will never be able to acquire a performance bond, never. Section K4, conservation area. The dedicated land should not be under HOA documents because they're not worth the paper they're written on, but should be on a binding legal real estate document. How many of these 3 or 4 home neighborhoods will even have an HOA? In section N, C2, application and approval process. This is a little thing in here that gives the Board of Trustees the ability to add more lots to these little subdivisions. I think that should be totally eliminated. How are you going to mandate watering? What if the acequias run dry? Are you going to make them drill a well to maintain watering? As it is, I contacted Trustee Radnovich to get the Jim Long properly watered. It doesn't appear the whole conservation area is watered as of today. When this was a pilot project, we knew that there was going to be a maximum of 3 of these in the village. Now we've opened the whole village up to cluster home neighborhoods. Will Rio Grande be all cluster house neighborhoods? Is Los Ranchos going to become a bedroom community for Albuquerque? I feel this negates the rural feel of the village. Please extend the moratorium.
Loretta Smith? Right here.
I think everybody has said what that needs to be said.
Okay. Thank you, Loretta. Okay. Ray Svetic?
Yeah, I just wanted to.
State your name and address, please, Ray. So.
Yeah, Ray Savetic, 319 Nuevo Hacienda, Northwest. I need to get a clarification from Robert and Hank on a point that was made earlier about a fraction over a certain acreage qualifies as another whole house. I don't think that's true. There's a rounding factor, and I don't think it's anything over. Correct me if I'm wrong, Hank.
That was an incorrect statement.
What is the correct? Is it a half or over? Is another unit?
There's confusion in the statement about the property has to be of the minimum lot size for the zone. So a 1 acre lot in the A1 zone cannot avail itself of this ordinance at all because you can only have 1 house, right? So 2 acre house, a 2 acre property in the A1 zone may avail itself of this ordinance, but not have any bonus, not any extra house. It would be 2 houses. They would just be permitted to be located differently within the larger 2 acre lot to permit creative development. And the set aside of 7/10 of an acre of open space. Where the partial lot numbers come is if, let's take the 3 acre lot, you take a little over an acre and set it aside for conservation area. leaving you approximately 2 acres. And you'd apply the density bonus of 0.5 to that, and you'd get what? 1.4. You would round down. But if the lot size were 3.1 acre and you got 1.5, the 0.5 would round up and you would get an extra lot. That's where the rounding occurs. And if you apply that concept throughout the whole thing, it's a very smooth curve up in terms of the number of additional lots that would be permitted. Those lots can be of varying sizes, but the total footprint of buildings on the whole parcel would be limited to the floor area ratio that would be applied to the net developed acreage, in this case, 2 lots, so that your total floor plan area would be smaller than would be permitted on that same 2 acres if you just did 2 1-acre lots, promoting diversity of lot sizes, diversity of housing sizes, the precise things that the 2035 master plan was trying to do, to promote conservation area, to promote diversity in housing size, and to promote more affordable housing. We gotta keep in mind the village of Los Ranchos is not an affordable place. So we're talking about relative affordability. What is happening over on Chavez and Guadalupe Trail cannot happen under this ordinance. It cannot, because the floor area ratio at Chavez and Guadalupe Trail was applied to the entire 9.25 acres, permitting 9 times 8,800 square feet to be allocated among the lots as the developer chose. That's why you're getting 16 lots with very large houses on it. Because the floor area ratio under the ordinance determined number of lots and determined the house sizes too. That is a critical problem with that ordinance, and it's been fixed. It cannot be gamed under this ordinance. All the discussion about bonds and that kind of stuff really, frankly, Jen, is a red herring. What you have is all you have to do is compare the 280-foot set aside on Rio Grande Boulevard and what that stuff is looking like more and more frequently along the boulevard as properties are not being maintained in the set aside area, and the village has absolutely no ability, none, to protect that property. What this does is it requires that it requires the developer to set it aside, to covenant with it in terms of its maintenance, and to prove to the village that there are procedures in place and financial mechanisms in place to assure that that will happen, and to permit the village to enforce that against the property if the village needs to, meaning the ability to impose liens on that property and the ability to enforce it against either the homeowner association or the lot owners themselves financially. So there's plenty of teeth in the thing, teeth that the village currently has nothing to do. There is no teeth in the current village ordinance to make sure that open space is properly maintained. So if you want assurances in perfection, you're probably not going to be able to get it. But the naysayers on this thing are throwing up, in my opinion, red herrings to delay this process. This is an elegant piece of legislation that will do wonders for the village. And I'm somebody who put my property in a conservation easement, and I'm saying that because it will protect the village. What it will also do is, I have no neighbors, 9 acres and no neighbors. What if this ordinance had been in place? I might have been able to create a nice little cluster on that 9 acres for my 3 kids and us, and we'd still have that beautiful open space, but I would have community. The very thing we're trying to foster in our village is community, residential community. This thing needs to be advertised. I think it needs to be passed. but don't throw up red herrings. Don't throw up problems that don't exist on it.
What about R2?
Okay,
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, let's not kind of call out from the group. I understand that you've got questions, and I certainly appreciate that. But I think we have to also get to a point there where we make a decision on whether we're going to advertise or not. Trustee Radmich, you had a comment?
No
I thought you were
comment.
going to have it? Oh, okay. Are there any other comments from the governing board body at all? Yeah. This concludes the public comment. Okay. Were there any other comments from the governing board?
No, none.
Any? Okay, all right. Okay, so so my concern, the moratorium runs out at the end of June. We've got 3 weeks until the next meeting, till the next board meeting, okay? Within that 3-week period of time, I don't think we're gonna have enough time to get another public meeting together before the next board meeting, or it could come close to the next board meeting because, again, as we just heard from Danielle, that there is a 2-week period at which we have to do the advertisement, okay? That gives us then 1 week. Okay, it gives us 1 week. Before we can, so let me, by a point of clarification then. So if it's 2 weeks before the advertisement, can we still meet in the midst of those 2 weeks or not?
Yes. So the intent is just to advertise that it's coming before the board in June for your intention to adopt. At that meeting, that's up to the governing body at that point, after your public meeting in between, whether you choose to adopt it, not adopt it, defer it, etc. It's just that I need to meet state statute because we're asking for it and it would fall to the next agenda.
So that would mean then that if there, as an example, if there was a need to defer, that we would have to do something in terms of the moratorium. We'd have to extend the moratorium.
Yes, we would have to have, if you so choose tonight to defer this, then we would bring the moratorium to the June meeting in order to extend it since it expires in June.
Got it, okay. Okay, so at this point, the floor is now closed for comments. Let me call the question. So the question here is, there's a motion to approve the advertisement of ordinance 299. Is there a second?
We did that.
We did that.
Oh, you already did it, okay, all right. Okay, so roll call, trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer.
No.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Trustee Reinau. No. At this point. Okay. But let me say that I think that it's extremely appropriate that we do plan an open meeting in order to discuss this in further detail and be able to get to to respond to the kinds of questions that folks have about it. Again, you know, I think that we're running up against a situation here with the moratorium, and I would want to ensure that we have some clarity around how we're going to proceed with applications, with the approvals, et cetera, in order for us to move forward. So my recommendation here is that we schedule an open meeting where residents, again, can certainly identify the kinds of concerns they have, and we're able then to have some open discussion about what are the strengths and what are the opportunities, what are some of the challenges that this may pose in order for us to be able to move it forward. So that would be my recommendation, and I would like to suggest to village staff that we talk very in the next couple of days, if we can, to actually schedule a time for us to get this done, have the open meeting so we can have further discussion.
Trustee, right now, may I just want to make it clear, I'm not, my no at this point is not saying no to this idea, because I think it's got some great merit. I think it's got some good things to it. I'm kind of with you. I just want to hear and see at a more appropriate time, you know, in the evening when public can really participate in meetings, to have a meeting specifically on this issue, that we can give it the merit and the time that it deserves.
Yeah, and make sure that we, again, communicate that to all residents, so that we can get a great turnout for the meeting, where we can have a real open discussion. Okay. Okay. And again, you know, I want to also say, you know, to all of you who have been participating in the CAC, again, I feel the same way. I think it's got significant merit. I really do. And I just want to make sure that we all have an understanding about what we're going to be bringing into, you know, to the community. Diversity of housing, I think, is extremely important. The open space is certainly very important. But I just want to make sure that we all are on the same page when it comes to how we want to move it forward. Okay, in terms of new business, we have 11A, which is the discussion and approval for legal services, litigation on pending matters for the Village of Los Ranchos with the Ward Law Firm. Okay. Administrator Avila.
Board of Trustees, Mayor Pro Tem. We've had an RFP process where there was one responsive bidder. And this is after asking, you know, firms to apply for this. That wasn't in a vacuum. And after a evaluation process, Vince Ward's firm strongly scored in the evaluation and was selected as the award winner of the legal or litigation services. And that's before the board now, is to approve entering into a contract with Vince Ward's firm, and we'll follow up from there.
I'll make a motion to approve Vince Ward firm contract.
Is there a second? To approve? I second it. Okay. So the floor is now closed for discussion. Trustee Benavides?
Yes. So there's been many calls to me that I should recuse myself for one reason or another. And, you know, I'll let George respond to whether he's required to recuse himself. But I just want to say, you know, that sometimes we look at, do we have conflicts with Palindrome, right? And that's the reason. But we never asked, do we have conflicts with Friends of Los Ranchos? And so I would like to ask you, Trustee Frank Renal, have you ever contributed to the Friends of Los Ranchos Legal Fund for the purposes of the lawsuits, either against Palindrome or the Village of Los Ranchos.
Yes, I did. Prior to the time when I even announced for election to do the board. And it was probably a year before I even got involved with the elective process.
So, I mean, Frank got involved with Palindrome, I think, way before he became a trustee as well. So the other thing I'd like to enter into a record is the memo that went out from you. It's not dated. It's to Marcus Real. It was not dated, and apparently it wasn't filed by the village clerk. And I assume that everything that goes out should be filed with the village clerk. It's very short. It says, this is to advise that based upon the ruling by Judge Barella Shepherd and validating certain approvals for the project, the Village of Los Ranchos hereby requests that construction of the project site be discontinued until further written notice from the village. For the number of days the construction is discontinued pursuant to this letter, the completion deadlines for phase 1, 2, and 3 as set out in Exhibit B to the development agreement will be similarly extended. To me, this should have been a Board of Trustees decision. It didn't come before the board. It was sent on village letterhead, wasn't filed in our file, and I can't help but wonder if this is a violation of the Open Meetings Act.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem and members of the board. There was a series of informal discussions going on about possible resolution of the issues. One of those is we discussed, and we don't want to get an attorney-client privilege, is whether or not they would voluntarily stop construction until we could take further action. The concern they had was that they have a June completion date on the project. And so our response was, okay, if you voluntarily stop construction while we get through the process, we will not call you in default on your production of our project. I prepared the response. It was rejected, and this was simply a part of a negotiation process that I think was clearly within the role of the chief executive officer and defense counsel.
So why wasn't it filed with the village clerk?
I have no idea. I drafted the language, but I don't know how it got delivered.
And why wasn't it dated? Yeah. But still,
let me just say that our purpose in doing that was to further the potential for settlement with Palindrome.
Yeah, and we had
there was no intent there to try and try to confuse the issue. There was no attempt there to try and maintain a communication outside of the trustees. It was an opportunity that we had, and certainly in my responsibility as a representative of the Board of Trustees in the mediation, my responsibility was to try and follow through the best I could and as expediently as I could in order to try and find a way to settle.
Yeah, and Trustee Benavides, that was a day or two before the mediation. We were trying to make sure everybody would show up at the mediation that had been scheduled. And I think it was appropriate, requested through litigation counsel. And that was my response through the Mayor Pro Tem. So how it was handled internally, I don't know. I could have sent it directly to litigation counsel.
So at this point now, we have, in terms of vote, we have Trustee Benavides has said yes to the discussion and approval for the legal services.
No, I have not.
Oh, you haven't said yes? Okay.
No, we were at discussion, we had a motion and a second, I believe.
Okay.
And, but I don't know if
I
George
have
has discussion. maybe.
something to say about it, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm very worried about the village's position in this case. I think we've spent a lot of time and money dealing with something that I think is exposing the village to a lot more money than just this legal service. And I've talked to 2 lawyers about this, actually 3, including Bill. Maybe I didn't talk to you. Yes, I did. Typically what happens, Mr. Chappell, correct me if I'm wrong, is that when a litigation such as an injunction takes place, that there are often bonds and other legal fees that that would be necessary and expose the village to potentially a breach of contract with lots of entities. And I'm really, really worried about the money that the village is exposing itself to in this case. So I'm very tired of spending money for lawyers to litigate these cases.
Sort of
Mayor
a
Pro
point of order here. I don't, and Mr. Ward is here, I think, was here for a while. I think this is only a vote to whether or not his firm should be retained
Yes.
as independent counsel, which was mandated by a resolution of the Board of Trustees in December of 2023, reaffirmed in January. I don't think that has anything to do with the legal determination of what should be done at this time. That's handled in a different format. And this representation, by the way, is not just litigation counsel for the village. The RFP was specifically to handle the palindrome litigation and the Flins of Los Ranchos litigation and any litigation related to that. It's not a general kind of contract. So what's before the board is, do you accept this firm to do that? And I have to say that I believe, Trustee Radnovich, you still have that same problem since this directly affects palindrome and how it's done in terms of your Governmental Conduct Act and the disqualification that was explained to me when I took over. So
I would disagree with that. I've talked to 2 other lawyers about this, and this is procedural. This is a procedural item. So I think I do have the ability to vote on this.
Attorney Chappell, you didn't have a problem with him voting when he voted on the resolution that appointed Frank Renau as the representative. So I don't see this as being a problem here as well.
Trustee Benavides, I'm unsure what the reference is. In other words, we had a representative to be the liaison between the litigation counsel and the Board of Trustees, with decisions being made by the Board of Trustees. So I'm not sure why there is a comparison.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've voted for this before, Mr. Chappell. I've voted for this firm being retained. So if you're saying that I cannot vote tonight for,
Excuse me, it's never been voted on before.
Right.
The resolution.
the resolution to get a lawyer.
There was a resolution to appoint independent counsel, okay? But this firm has not been voted on before. They function under a small purchase agreement up to this point.
That's true.
That's correct. So there was never any kind of a vote on that.
But
There was a vote to advertise for them.
you voted on the
this
resolution
matter.
that allowed Frank to be the personal representative.
Yeah, there was a vote
Yeah.
that, where I was, again, selected in order to represent the board, okay? But in terms of, this is the first time that we are looking at at approving a contract for the Ward Law Firm. This time is the first time. As the firm has worked with us over the last couple of months, that's been through a small subcontract that existed between the village and the firm.
I agree. However, I did vote on retaining a firm for this particular item to defend the village against yes, I did. So I don't see why I can't vote on it tonight.
Is that, excuse me, but was that before I came back to the village?
No, it was maybe February?
No, we've not had a vote on council.
No, we've had a vote to approve Trustee Renault's
Appointment.
Being a representative of the board.
of the village with a law firm for this particular
case.
item. Yes.
Correct. And that representative was to report back to the board, and so that's all that's happened. I mean, there's never been a vote on the attorneys.
So
No, but
I'm going to interject because this shouldn't be political. Mr. Avila, did we do an RFP process?
Board of Trustees, Trustee Kiefer, yes, we did.
And can you explain what that process is?
The process included advertising RFP 2024-04 for legal services litigation of pending matters for the village of Los Ranchos. And the Ward firm was the sole responsive bidder. That means they
They
checked
were the
all the
only
boxes.
ones that responded.
The only ones who responded and checked all the boxes. It's not just, they were the ones who responded, but they were also the only ones who responded and were qualified. So they were very qualified in the response, and then they were evaluated. And in
And
that
was that by an
evaluation,
independent committee, or did any of us trustees sit on that?
no trustees were in that committee. This was staff members. It was evaluated, scored highly, and awarded the RFP. Now the award for contract has to come before the trustees, and that's where we are at this point.
And so staff, with their due diligence, made a recommendation to approve the contract because of the qualifications of our only respondent law firm, correct?
That's correct.
So why we're making this political is absolutely beyond me. It should, whether we agree with the litigation expenses or not, that's for another time. At this point, we need a litigation attorney because we are in litigation, and we only had one respondent, and so that respondent is the only one that wants to work for us.
Depending on the check boxes, which we have not seen.
depending on what?
So I would,
The check boxes that they talk about.
I will call the question. No. I'll call the question. So trustee Benavides?
No.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
No.
Trustee Rano, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, it is my view that Trustee Radnovich still has an economic interest, and therefore he is disqualified from making decisions relating to the Palindrome project.
And so does trustee Renow.
He has no economic
I have no
interest.
economic interest.
He paid into the legal fund, so he wants to see a return on that. No, I'm sorry, I'm sticking with that.
My opinion as village council is that Mr. Radnovich, trustee Radnovich, has had that disqualification since long before I took over. And there is nothing in the record to show that that potential direct financial benefit is not still there if that project proceeds. And I just think that's a governmental conduct act. It has nothing to do with the other issues we've talked about.
Mr. Chappell, I've asked you to look at this because I haven't had any dealings with them since I submitted the plans. And I haven't really received an answer to that, at least not one that was vetted by more lawyers than just you.
I understand. And the clarification that you asked me specifically for was the issue with the attorney-client privilege and attending closed sessions. I have never issued an opinion on that. I'm giving the opinion now. But one of the things that makes me sure of that position is that in an open meeting, noticed meeting, you announced to the other trustees that when the second phase started, you intended to participate in that contract. And you are still a member of the team, and you advised them that you intended to do that. That shows me that the continuation of the project could be of a specific economic benefit to you as the landscape architect. I think that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. I just think that is what disqualifies you under the Governmental Conduct Act, which is purely based on economic incentive.
That's not what I said, though. I said that I'd be willing to consider it. I did not say I'd be working for him. He hasn't asked, and I don't think he's going to. So, well, one last thing. I have hired an attorney to look at this case separately from you. That attorney is helping me look at that, and I plan to continue to do that. I have a question for you, Mr. Chappell. If I were to officially resign, and I obviously this doesn't count for tonight, but if I were to officially resign as his agent, would then I still have to recuse myself?
Again, Trustee Radnovich, we're talking about two different elements. One is whether or not you're an agent for attorney-client privilege or issues, okay? The other one is, under the Governmental Conduct Act, whether you have a conflict because you have an economic interest, your company, or you directly have an economic interest. So I'd be happy to discuss that. As you know, I prepared a long memo so you could share it with your counsel to second guess my opinion. This is the first time this one has come up. And based upon what I heard from other trustees, it doesn't appear to me that you have divorced yourself or you're going to walk away from the project, but that you intend, not maybe as an agent, but as a landscape architect, to a contract with them to do the second phase. And that is what is covered by the Governmental Conduct Act, because that is a specific benefit to you if, in fact, your advice is taken. And So that's where we
Still, if I
are.
could just ask one last question, Mayor Pro Tem.
One last thing, and then we have to move on, but go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
If I were to officially resign, and if Palindrome officially said, I accept your resignation, would I be in the same position that you have put me in now?
I think that would change your position with respect to the attorney-client privilege issue. I would have to know more about it from the economic interest to see whether or not it cleared the Governmental Conduct Act. Two different things. And I've told you over and over, I'm really willing to consider that. I'm willing to talk to your attorney. I've even done memos to give him the facts to support my opinion. But that's where I'm at, and I have nothing that has changed, is all I'm saying.
Thank you. Thanks.
So at this moment, though, with what we had just talked about, that there would be that it would be Trustee Kiefer, Trustee Reinell would be in favor, Trustee Benavides would be opposed to the contract. The contract then is approved.
Not necessarily.
Okay, so the next item of business? Sure, okay.
Danielle, did you have something you want to say?
Take a 5-minute break.
Trustee Radovich, I just wanted to confirm the vote.
Oh,
We'll take a 5-minute recess.
I want you to say no again?
oh, I don't know.
Confirm your vote?
Oh, that may be.
If you kindly take your seats so we can begin. Okay. We are on item 11B. Oh, I'm sorry. Time is 9:43. Okay, we're on 11B, discussion approval of resolution 2024-05-01, approving a celebration permit for the anniversary of the Gila Wilderness and Aldo Leopold event at the Agri Center on June 2nd, 2024. Okay, Josh is not here. Would you like to speak to this?
Mayor Pro Tem, I can if you would like. As you have in front of you, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees, Resolution 2024-0501. We've held this event in the past at the Agri-Nature Center. This is the second year that we're hosting it. The celebration permit is just allowing alcohol to be served at this event, and Mission Winery was the selected vendor for this. So this is procedural, so they can get approval by regulation and licensing to receive a dispenser license.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve resolution number 2024-05-017?
I make a motion to approve 2024-0501-07.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it. I think it's 2024-0501. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. I just heard you say 07
Oh,
at
I'm
the end.
sorry.
It's okay.
01. Okay, thank you. Okay, has there been anyone signed up?
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, so the floor is closed. Call for the question. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Trustee Reno, yes. Okay. Number C, discussion approval of resolution 2024-05-02, resolution approving a celebration permit opera on the menu event at the Agri Center. And again, is there a comment about this?
No, and this is the same premise of what you just approved, celebration permit at the Agri-Nature Center, and the vendor is Kelly Joe's Design by Wine.
Okay, excuse me. Is there a motion to approve resolution 2024-05-02?
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2024-05-02.
Okay. A second?
Second.
Okay. Okay. Danielle, do we have anyone who speaks up on this at all?
No, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, very good. Okay, so the floor is closed. Trustee Benavides?
I just want to say, I think this is a really cool event, and I vote yes.
Okay. Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rhino? Yes, I'd like to attend. That does sound great. Okay. All right, very good. Discussion of, it's a discussion only for project updates on the infrastructure capital improvement plan. And so, let's see, Administrator Avila?
Point of order, was that one deferred? No. No? Okay.
I believe that's the other one. Trustees, Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me. In going through the ICIP process, I wanted to make sure that we met the usual deadline of September by having, public input, that we have the status of where these projects are now, and that the public and trustees could offer up new ICIP projects. Well, the deadline is moved from September to July. And so this is after actually asking for this update. And so it's something we need to get to, one, discuss here, and then try to have a public meeting and for other input, and then bring a resolution before the board in June, and get the system updated. And then here's the good thing about the ICIP is that with further input, it can be edited and improved, but we do want to have our ICIP in place so that by the time the legislature is called, we can have our legislative priorities. All projects on the ICIP need to be there for not only the legislative process, but other funding sources. So that's why it's important to have these on the list and to determine that we are moving ahead with these projects and if there are any other projects to be considered. And with that, I leave it to your discussion. You've seen the status and stand for any questions.
Is there discussion from the governing body?
Let's see. Maybe clarification, the El Pueblo reconstruction. So that doesn't have a priority to it, is that correct?
And so the two projects here, Rio Grande Boulevard construction, El Pueblo reconstruction, these are not on the ICIP. These are recommended projects. And for El Pueblo, it has to do with making sure that the pedestrian traffic there is considered, perhaps controlling some of the traffic that's coming off of Paseo del Norte up 2nd Street to 4th Street and, get some traffic calming devices, things of that nature, but it does need to be studied. And that's a project that's recommended for addition to the ICIP.
If we recommend it for addition, do we have to take something else off? Is it required to take something else off?
Right, no, I'm just, Trustee Benavides' board, it is not required to take anything off. Setting priorities is one of the things you want to do in this, but you can have many projects on there. And some of these with completion would be coming off soon anyhow.
Okay, so, I mean, just to be clear, it's only between 2nd and 4th, right? I mean,
2nd and 4th to improve the pedestrian safety. What's been noted there on that particular street is that pedestrian traffic is higher than normal. And so it's kind of obvious because you have apartments and so forth, but you also have a lot of traffic coming off of 2nd Street.
I mean, I would like to see it added. I mean, this is kind of a quick turnaround to make these sort of decisions, but I feel like it should be added, yeah.
What are the comments from the board?
I have a few questions and comments, Mayor Pro Tem. And John, I know this was before your time here, but how does this, the order of this ICIP compare to what the public, during our public meeting about this, wanted? Do you know?
I don't know the specifics of that, so I don't want to answer. What I've heard is that, that it was favorable, but not exact. So I don't want to go any further than that.
I was just more curious than anything. So under 002, acquisition and improvement of land and property, does the statement maintenance should be renamed the acquisition, improvement, and maintenance of open space is what that first statement says. Does that mean that what I worry about on that one is that it may be expanding the duties of our staff to be able to take care of that. And so I would like to look at, if we can, at least a cursory look, to see if it would require more staff for the maintenance.
And Trustee Radnovich, Board, what I understand from that is that you're concerned about continual expenses for maintenance on the particular Anderson property. This is for, sorry,
I'm sorry, it doesn't say Anderson property, does it?
No, I assume that that's what you were saying, so that's not the case.
I meant all of our open
Right,
space.
so we do have to maintain our open spaces. We do have to have a budget for doing that. Here's the thing about capital outlay, where other funds may be able to cover this, but capital outlay doesn't cover maintenance. So it may cover equipment to maintain, but not the actual maintenance expenses. So
I see. Okay.
Trustee Keever?
So I have a question because one of the ones that I see that's pretty high on the list is the Chavis Road multi-use trail, and I think we've gotten a lot of pushback on that. My question is, if we go to secure more money, does that commit us to that project and kind of solidify that it has to be done? Or is that something that, in bringing this to the public, that we can have those conversations before we make any type of commitments?
So this process includes public participation. And so if the designs that are brought forward to the public and that the Board of Trustees considers are not what the public wants, then hopefully you can come to something that the public wants so that we pursue the funding so that we get that project. So at this point, this is not a commitment to do that project until it's approved by the board. And what I understand is we're trying to have several public meetings for not only ICIP, but many other subjects, including one that we just voted on. We're hoping to see that within, I'd say about a month's time is what kind of estimate I've been given. But it still remains for the project manager to bring that back and give us a presentation and get public input in a public meeting, whether it be a work study or a portion of a Board of Trustees meeting, however you want to arrange it.
So then, given the timeframe that we're talking about here, we need to have the recommendations done by what's our drop dead date?
The date to actually input the ICIP is as of July 12th. We were shooting at June 18th for a resolution in front of the Board of Trustees. Of course, we can hold a special meeting or something like that, but just to try to make sure that we're on pace, we're shooting for June, and hopefully we have a public meeting on the ICIP somewhere between now and the Board of Trustees meeting. Even if it's the same day, you'll have that information because it's the Board of Trustees that says what the ICIP is. It's not what's given to you in front of you at that meeting necessarily. You can move it around. You can, say that you'd like something else added.
So then the plan would be that we would have a public meeting in order to be able to discuss this, to display it. The experience that I've had before with ICIP here has not been the best, let's say. We had a lot of presentations, but the public meeting part was very limited. So I hope that we'll be able to have a real public meeting in order to talk about what the strengths and weaknesses are of each of the proposals that we have. The other question that I have, and again, it's beyond the ICIP, and that is, to the point where we already have projects that are in place. We need to also be able to discuss at what point we'd be able to make some modifications to projects. like trustee, excuse me, Kiefer, I'm just concerned that we're just gonna keep rolling along in order to continue on with projects that have already been funded with the expectation that we're going to follow the necessary steps in order to get it fully funded and built without really taking a look at what other options might be. And what I'm thinking about at this point is what the plans are for 4th Street. I have no problem at all with making sure that it's safe, making sure that it is, that we have opportunities for people to, to walk on the side of the street, maybe even a bike lane on the side of the street. But again, I think that there's still some disagreement about what that's going to look like. And so I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to be able to discuss that. But it may be outside of the ICIP, but it's something we need to be able to do.
Mayor Pro Tem, I actually wasn't done with my comments, sorry. The item 007, could you explain why that one, road safety enhancements and roadway improvements, and I'm not remembering that one very well, but you're saying that the roadway improvement plan and facilities is already taking care of that? Is that right?
So, Trustee Radnovich, board members, this particular project is done right now under the co-op. MAP funding can also be applied to this, and capital outlay is better targeted at a particular street rather than the litany of projects for streets that we have throughout the village. Because it could be a speed hump here, a sign there.
I see. Got it. Okay, thank you. And I'm not going to get into great detail because I hear you when you say we can get into the detail as we do these projects later. One thing I'd like to add, though, to the Alfredo Garcia Community Barn is there has been substantial discussion on the board before this time about the archaeological importance of the old Chavez property, which this building sits on and which that barn sits on. And before we start spending money on the barn, I'd like to include language in this one that talks to, and maybe this is a detailed one too. You could say that. That includes the completion of the archaeological investigation that was sort of not quite done all the way when it was done about 10 years ago, I believe. So I think it's important that on that particular one, we hire an archaeological consultant to look at that property. The work that was done on it before was on a volunteer basis. It wasn't actually done by as a consulting company would. And so I'd like to include that in that language so that we don't forget about that, because it's pretty important. If there's some kind of, something important underneath where that barn is, I think we sure want to know about it.
Yes, and Trustee Radnovich, board. The language here, plan, design, construct, equip, renovations. So in the design, in that we can also say this will include, but not limited to, archaeological and so forth. So the big words that are there are those items that allow us to bucket other things underneath that.
I just wanted to add the term investigation.
It might be some more cost associated with that, and maybe we need to increase the actual price tag on that.
Yeah, could be. The rest of my comments are, I'm trying to keep to not talking to the detail. On the addition of the Rio Grande Boulevard reconstruction, I really like that idea.
I said El Pueblo, but Rio Grande maybe is.
Oh, Rio Grande, I'm sorry, you're right, El Pueblo. I like that idea too. But the Rio Grande Boulevard project, many years ago, there's probably some people in the audience that don't even remember this, but the reason that it's graded on the west side of it is there was plans for a trail along Rio Grande Boulevard. And it actually got as far as to get graded for a trail and then never got done. So that one I find very important. And I think we also, and I talked to Marcia Adams about this in a meeting a few weeks ago, and I'd like to also include, as far as the drainage and pavement improvements, things like what I think Trustee Benavides referred to on El Pueblo, things like traffic calming. I know we can't do humps on Rio Grande Boulevard, but we can do things like those small circles, not roundabouts, but those small circles. And we can have better enforcement, hopefully. And that trail promenade should be looked at. So all I'm suggesting is that we include mitigation of traffic issues and potentially looking at that trail again, because I think a trail along Rio Grande Boulevard would really add to its ambiance and ability for people to walk along or ride along Rio Grande, which they do right now in the street in a safer way. So I see it a lot like the El Pueblo reconstruction from that perspective. People are always walking on the gutter pan and that small space that's supposedly for bikes. That's all my comments.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions. Do you have any further comments?
So, yes, Board of Trustees, if there is any projects that you don't see here that come to mind or the public has asked you for, please forward those so that we can, get those estimated, find out what's involved in those to add to the ICIP.
The only thing I would maybe look at is what was brought up tonight about the tennis courts, maybe repurposing them for dual tennis and pickleball at the Haynes Park, since there's such a great success at Old Village Hall.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want it on the ICIP? Does it rise to that level, or is that something we could handle with locally, right?
I believe tennis courts cost about...
No, repurposing it to
I know.
pickleball. Yeah.
But all that takes is a restriping.
Yeah.
And a sleeve for a different net. And so I believe restriping tennis court or resurfacing tennis courts is in the range of about $50,000 to $60,000 each. So I don't know how many tennis courts are over there, but it may be a small amount. I just don't know.
That's substantial and would fit the ICIP. It's an amount that's high enough, and we probably want to find out exactly what's asked for, get a good estimate of what those facilities will look like, and move that forward on the ICIP.
I really like that too.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's move on. So F is discussion approval for the administration to pursue injunctive relief in district court to stop further construction of palindrome building project area located at the southeast corner of Asuna and 4th Street, both referred to as the Village Center Zone project area. Okay. I will ask each member of the governing board if they have any potential conflicts of interest. Trustee Benavides?
I have none.
Trustee Kiefer?
None.
Trustee Radovich?
I will recuse myself, Mayor Pro Tem. And get off the dais.
Trustee Rhino? None. Okay. Okay, so Danielle, we have a number of speakers who have signed up to, oh, okay, thank you. Okay, is Jeff Phillips still here? Okay, Jeff.
Good evening, Jeff Phillips, 605 Schulte Road Northwest, Mayor Pro Tem, Trustees. I'm opposed to seeking an injunction against ourselves, against our own project. I have only been in the North Valley for 26 years and only on Schulte for 18, but the entire time I've been here, 4th Street revitalization and Village Center have been part of the village vision. That's in master plans and as a matter of public policy. I'm proud to have supported and having been part of the process. I was appointed to the Planning and Zoning Commission by Mayor Abraham in 2015, and I served until 2020, together with Chairman Joe Browley, Tom Riccobini, Deborah Coleman, Lynn Eby, Tim Tourville, and Joe Craig. We thoughtfully and diligently crafted the Village Center Zone Code. Attorney Chappell was our counsel. We met jointly with the Board of Trustees. We researched and toured numerous locations, and in public meetings, we discussed the zone code line by line. We voted unanimously to recommend approval of the zone code by the trustees. They did so. That was about 8 years ago. As a matter of public policy, the village actively acquired the real estate, adopted the MRA, issued the RFP, selected Palindrome, and entered into a development agreement. All of this effort over all of this time was public policy in furtherance of the village vision. I've watched the project with great interest. I can see it from my home. I look forward to its completion so we can welcome our new neighbors, both residents and businesses. This is our project. I urge you not to pursue injunctive relief. I urge you not to sue ourselves. Don't jeopardize years of effort over a ruling of a technical violation of the OMA. There is no mandate for this radical course change. Thank you.
Deborah Irving. Is Deborah here? Okay. Linda McKee.
Hello, Linda McKee, 749 Chavez Road, Los Ranchos. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to urge you to pursue injunctive relief in district court to stop the further construction of the Palindrome building project. This is a matter of utmost urgency, and we must act now to preserve the integrity and character of our community. The recent district court judgment in favor of Friends of Los Ranchos was a clear acknowledgement of the valid concerns raised by our community regarding the Palindrome construction. Despite this, construction continues unabated, posing a threat to the environment, the local heritage, and the quality of life for the residents. The continued development by Palindrome is not only in direct conflict with the court's decision, but also disregards the voices of those who live here. The ongoing construction will lead to irreversible changes, or really has already, and a continued strain on our local infrastructure. Approving an injunction will send a strong message that the board stands with its residents, respects judicial decisions, and prioritizes the well-being of its residents over the interests of out-of-state developers. I ask you to approve the filing for an injunction immediately. Hopefully the trustees who brought us Palindrome can also agree with this. Please take a stand for our community, uphold the court's judgment, and halt Palindrome's continued construction. Together, we can ensure Los Ranchos remains a place where our heritage and environment are protected for future generations. Thank you.
Brandy McKee.
Randy McKee, 749 Chavez Road, Northwest, Los Ranchos. There's been a lot of concern raised about us bankrupting our village and suing ourselves. I find that a little bit ironic. Yes, it is a concern, but, and I will give you that it is going to be difficult. We do have a win, and the only way that we are going to rein in palindrome is to use the tools that we currently have. Up to this point, they've just been running over us. We tried to do a number of things to get them to listen to us. They have not. I only urge each of you, and I urge you, go out and look up the word Oliver Station. Anyone hear of Oliver Station? Lint, Oregon was one of the first developments that Palindrome did. Since that unit has gone in, low-income housing, crime rate has risen by 313%. The village or the neighborhood of that area blames that crime rate on Oliver Station. Are we going to get the same thing? We need to rein this in. We need to use the leverage that we currently have, that we've got in this last court case. Yes, it is a technicality. It is. But you have to understand that they are not going to do anything until we do something to stop them. They aren't going to come to us and give anything up. They're not going to come to us and say, okay, we'll just stop. We have got to tell them what we want. Now, once we get there, we've got to be very careful and understand where we go. If we just recovered our land, the $6 to $10 to $12 million that we gave them for $6, we have enough money to manage a lawsuit against them. We gave that to them. And now we're standing here worried about us being bankrupt. Well, I think that if we end up bankrupt, the Bernalillo County already has the property anyway. They've done this to us.
The speaker's time has expired.
Let's stick the road and let's get this injunction into place and move forward on this and never look back.
Is Deborah back in the room? Deborah Irving? Oh, okay.
I was going to list all the negative aspects of the palindrome development as I requested to continue with pursuing the injunction against it. And I thought, really, we agreed with the vision of the village center. It was a very exciting concept to be able to go there with your grandchildren, get ice cream, walk around. But this development is not that vision. This is like a monolith on the street, no parking. Say somebody in the village wants to go support a shop. There won't be a place to park there. In fact, there aren't enough parking spots for the residents in the apartment building. So what about the events that could have happened in a village center? There won't be room for anybody to access it. So it's really a failed concept, and it's just a tragedy because we would have had a beautiful village center, 2 stories high, not 3, and room for the residents of the village to participate in events there. No one will be able to take a picnic to the picnic tables unless they want to walk a mile or 2 to get there. So I support continuing the injunction. Thank you.
Gordine McKenzie.
Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail, Northwest. This was not the original vision. The original vision was senior housing. The original vision was also moving this village center over to where Palindrome is. Richard Boyle, who is a sociologist, writes about how built environments affect us. And he said every time that the residents drive by, it's like a wall that walls us out. And it has a devastating psychological effect on us. It also will have an effect on the people that are living there because there's no point of entry. There's just this huge wall. If we think about what Palindrome and their managing company is in terms of landlords, we all heard things about how they put bolts on cars, how they give month-to-month leases for their tenants, and how their tenants even formed a union. This is an arrogant corporation using its financial and power to bulldoze over a very small community. And I'm quoting this also from Richard Boyle. I encourage you to go ahead and file the injunction. The court case, as you know, says that what Palindrome has done is illegal. It's not this administration, but it's the past administration. They violated open meeting acts. They violated having people authorize the plats and things. We have a chance to make it right now. And anyone in the village who did anything that was considered illegal would be red tagged. Yet, why are we letting this large corporation go unchecked?
The speaker's time has expired.
Thank you. Please file an injunction.
Nancy Nangeroni?
Hi, Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail, and calmer now. I take issue with calling it a technicality. The village attorney wrote an agreement that was blatantly illegal, that denied due public process in the planning of a major project in our village, possibly the largest project ever in our village. I don't know, but it's pretty gigantic. So hardly a technicality. I guess I don't really have a lot to add. Please do file the injunction. Palindrome appear to be slumlords, just to put it very simple. They are not responsive to their residents, and they are not the kind of people that we want running an apartment complex in our village. I don't know if we can, get them out entirely, but certainly we need to command some respect with these people. Thank you.
JT Michelson? Is JT in the room? Okay.
JT Michelson, village residence, 56 years at 5001 Rio Grande Boulevard. I'm here to speak against the injunctive relief. The village center zone has been a topic since 2002. The current zoning, all other things were passed by the planning and zoning as well as the trustees. The village has purchased land. There's been many public hearings. The village entered into a contract with Palindrome. Do not oppose the village project. It's our project. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, Connie Barrow? Is Connie in the room? She left. She left, okay. Dr. Annette Haves, is that? Okay.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Annette Haynes. I live at 6605 Las Casitas Court. And good evening, board, and howdy, neighbors. I'm here speaking on behalf of me and my 96-year-old aunt, who was one of the original residents in Las Casitas Court. I started coming out here to visit her when I was 8 years old, and I went through to Harris Pass, and I thought I was in heaven. And as an older woman, I bought a home in Las Casitas Court, 2 doors down from my aunt. I'm originally from outside of Philadelphia, and now that I look down Asuna and 4th Street, I feel like I'm back in Philadelphia. You have to do something.
Cindy Sylvester?
Cynthia Sylvester, 333 Willow Road. I began speaking out about the palindrome development when I found out about it in July of 2022, when a request by palindrome communities for a variance in building height to 55 feet in the VC zone and 4th Street character area showed up at our doorstep. This was the first time any notification was sent about this project to the property owners within 300 feet and to anybody in the village. If Palindrome had not asked for this variance for the change in the hotel height, we would have never known, or we would have been in the dark much longer than that. But they made a big mistake when they did that. It didn't even get put on the agenda that night. It got taken off immediately. But the bigger mistake was made when the village violated the Opens Meeting Act. And they okayed this development without speaking to the people of the village. And then the Board of Trustees went ahead and okayed the site development plan. Beyond the fact that the law was broken, a slight technicality, I guess just for certain people, the administration allowed this construction to continue, and we came to meeting after meeting and were told that we were the ones to blame, that we didn't participate. We were never informed. And I mean, when I heard all that, I was just like, oh my God. The judge in district court ruled that this was the case, that we were not informed, that there was a violation.
The speaker's time has expired.
And it is this board's responsibility to put in this injunction.
So I may have a incorrect, incorrect notice of the next individual. Is there a Jan Bell here? Mr. or Miss Bell? No? Okay. Mel Eves?
I was explaining to my wife why we're still here. Mel Eves, 721 Chavis Road, Northwest. This is an easy call. I got involved when I first learned about this palindrome project. I went over in probably February of last year and read the documents. It was clear to me that there had been numerous violations of ordinances. The then sitting Board of Trustees and the mayor and the entire staff were implicated in that. And we have been, through council and through meetings like this, complaining ever since then that you didn't follow the law, you can't go forward. Well, Palindrome assumed the risk. I couldn't believe it. They went forward with construction without having valid approvals. And the Planning and Zoning Commission, of which J.T. Michelson is chair, when we went in front of them, they upheld our appeal and refused to recommend approval of the site development plan. Despite that, this Board of Trustees, Mr. Benavides involved, they totally disregarded us when we said the laws have been violated. They paid no attention. A room full of people like this told them, don't do it. They did it anyway. And then Palindrome goes ahead and continues construction through this whole mess. And the court is an excellent decision. And all of the approvals were given illegally in violation of the Open Meetings Act. And all those approvals are invalid. They have no basis on which to have a building permit. And the court also ruled that the contract that was drafted by the law firm for the village
The
then
speaker's time has expired.
was an invalid zoning contract. It's absolutely long past due, and they assumed the risk. They knew what they were doing, they were warned what they were doing, and they continued anyway. And this is really the only thing that you can do if you're going to follow the law like your oath of office says you're bound to do.
Is there a Randy, and Randy, I'm sorry, I can't read the last name. Is it Miller or Mills? No,
I might have signed up twice because Linda got me on.
Oh, okay, okay. All right, very good, okay. Tim McDonald?
Good evening, trustees, Mayor Pro Tem. My name's Tim McDonough. I live at 1024 Ortega Road. I became a trustee in 2004, was a trustee for 10 years, then I went to planning zoning director. So I'm pretty familiar with the history. My concern is if we go after Palindrome, I think we stand a good chance of getting sued for damages. They did not get cited for things they did wrong. The village made a bad decision, and they did something wrong. They didn't, approved by the Board of Trustees, they amended their process to allow administrative decisions to try and speed the project along. It may not have been the right decision, but it was not Palindrome that did that. It was the village. So essentially, we're going after Palindrome for something that the village did. And I think that puts us in a very vulnerable position to, if we shut them down and cause them damages, they're going to come after us. What I heard earlier tonight was there was a negotiation going on with Palindrome to have them stop working, extend the deadline, and if we can pursue that process, that is much safer for the village of Los Ranchos. There's an honest fear of a lot of people in the village that we're gonna get ourselves in a bad situation with Palindrome, and we're gonna get sued for damages. Bill can talk about lots of developers who have made an agreement in good faith, and then the community changed their mind and changed the way they were gonna do business, and the developers have sued for damages, and they've been successful. So I can cite the original ordinance in 2002 that says the buildings will be three stories tall, 42 feet. The buildings have to be built up to the sidewalk, and that was a philosophy that came in 2002.
The speaker's time has
Nobody here had anything to do with that, and I caution all of us. I get that people don't like the way it looks. I get all of that, but we've got to be smart about how we move forward, or we're going to end up with a big bill.
Okay. Mary Holman?
Hello, Mary Holman, 7318 4th Street Northwest. I too was a former trustee. No, I wasn't there at the time that the so-called Open Meetings Act was violated. I was there when we did the RFP and awarded it to Palindrome. The photos, the wonderful diagrams and such that we saw at that time, that was what Palindrome, we had asked in our RFP, what could you do as a developer? And they showed us some wonderful pictures. And there were 3 bidders at that time, and Palindrome was the best choice. Just as Jeff and JT have mentioned, and Tim also citing what the history of this is very, very true. In 2002, as Tim just mentioned, we started with, and I'm saying we as a village, through the ordinances that were adopted, had set forth a number of guidelines for our village center, which included things like that 3-story building on the sidewalks and all of that. What we didn't envision, and I will say I'm part of the didn't envision it group, was that someone would actually come in with all of those extremes that we had put in there as the maximum you could do and put them all together in a single project. We did not envision that. Bad on us. So we are in a predicament now. Yes, they did not come to the planning and zoning and therefore onto the Board of Trustees with the site plans and the requests that should have been done with the public input. I helped drive some of that discussion through the planning and zoning, and many of you guys were there and saw that. So we bumped it up to the Board of Trustees, and obviously it's gone through legal now. Now we're in quite a conundrum. If we go against, if we
The
go for
speaker's
this,
time has expired.
if we go for this injunction, it's going to be tied up in the courts for 2 or 3 years at least. It will cost us millions. It will, folks. And so not only will we have the monstrosity that we all hate right now that's there, but it's going to be in an unfinished state on top of it. So, you know, why not consider trying to make the best of this piece that we've got, and yet we've all got our own opinions, and try to...
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, let's be respectful, please. Time's up, though.
I'll make it very quick, and try to make the best of the next 2 phases. So just a suggestion, folks.
Okay, Joseph Cadaro, okay.
I'll use my time. I have
Nothing else to say? Okay, all right. Okay, if no, oh, okay.
If you don't mind, may I use your time? Thank you. I was working late, so I missed the sign up. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem, for allowing me to give some public comment. My name is Dave Simon. I live at 1019 Roadrunner Lane Northwest in our beautiful village. I'll keep this tight and two for one. I think the smartest thing the village governing body can do is to disapprove item F on your agenda tonight and approve item G. I have a healthy regard for differences of opinion, and I respect my neighbors' concerns and objections to aspects of this development. But if you approve item F, I think the village is going to take a step into a legal and fiscal abyss that we don't know what the bottom of that is. At its worst scenario, this just could have major catastrophic implications on the village, which could roll downhill to meaning village residents are going to have to pay that bill one way or another. That generally in our system can lead to taxes or assessments. That is one horrific scenario that could possibly come out of negative judgments against the village for some of the things that Mr. McDonough mentioned. So I know it's difficult. And I do respect those who have disagreements, who don't like some aspects of Palindrome, but I really do feel like the most smart thing you can do is to disapprove F and approve G. Thank you very much.
Okay, so with no other comment, is there a motion to approve or to approve the injunctive relief?
I make a motion to approve the injunctive relief.
Is there a second? I second. Okay, so any further discussion from the governing body?
Do you want me to go first, or?
Sure, you can go.
Okay. Yeah, so the Village Center Zone was created by Mayor Hooker back in like early 2000 timeframe. So I agree, he did not envision what you see here, and but it's there. So I want you to forget about whether or not you like it. I want you to, just for a moment, and I want you to dismiss all the legal wrangling that's going to go on for the next couple of years, and think about fast forward 2 years to 3 years from now. Do you think anything's going to come down? Okay, some of you I know do, but the majority of the people do not believe that. I don't believe it either. So I think that guides you as to what we should do, because I believe we are going down a very perilous path right now. I was hoping that we would combine the appeal with the injunction. I thought that was actually at least, in my mind, the least risky approach to do. Because just like an injunction, we're asking a judge to rule on it. But same thing with an appeal. We're asking a judge to rule on it. I'm pretty certain that Palindrome will do an appeal. It could get overturned. There's no guarantees. I don't know which way this thing is going to go, but it's hard for me to come up with a scenario where we're not liable for, millions, maybe tens of millions of dollars. So we're going down a very perilous path. So it wasn't that long ago when we were certain that we could just red tag Palindrome. I wasn't part of that, but some people were certain that we could just red tag the Palindrome project. Somehow we backed away from that. How could we go, there was a moment when we were so certain we could do something, and now we backed away from it. So now we are so certain, not me, but there's, I know which way this is going to go, that we could get an injunction and everything's going to be fine. I think you should hesitate. I do have some questions. I'm going to unabashedly ask these questions, and you can boo me if you want. So I did ask earlier Trustee Frank Renaud in regards to contributing to the legal fund for Friends of Los Ranchos. I want to ask him, it's my turn, I want to ask him also, did Friends of Los Ranchos contribute to your campaign? I don't care if they voted for you, but did they contribute either financially or with campaign materials?
No.
Okay. Mr. Chappell, will a request for injunctive relief breach the development agreement?
We're asking for legal opinions about interpretation of the development agreement and other kinds of things. I think those are matters that are discussed in attorney-client privilege context of of closed meetings. And I don't ethically think I can start giving legal advice that affects that in a public meeting. I think there's been adequate discussion of that in the closed session.
I mean, these are questions that have come up prior to us even have a closed session. But okay, I'll respect that. Will a failure to appeal the court's decision breach the development agreement? Same answer?
I didn't quite get the question.
Okay, so the first one was a request for injunctive relief. if, the next question is similar, but will failure to appeal the court's decision breach the development agreement? I assume you're going to have the same answer.
Sure, I think those have been discussed in
Okay.
closed session.
Yeah, I mean, these are questions that came up prior to us even having a closed session that other people have thought of as well. If the village appeals, will a bond be required?
I think we have to ask the litigation counsel about that, but typically, in most scenarios, a bond is not required in order to appeal a judgment.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask the right question. If the village votes for an injunction, will a bond be required?
I don't think we'll know that until you apply for the injunction and go to the court. You can always elect not to go that direction if the court makes it too onerous.
Let me ask this question then of you. Is there self-insurers fund coverage if we breach the agreement?
I do not have the answer to that.
Okay. I don't know how much we're spending on legal fees. It's hard to predict how much we'll spend this fiscal year, but I know last year we spent an additional $300K plus on litigation fees, and this will go on. I don't know if you care to estimate how much money we'll spend just on litigation and the independent attorney and that sort of thing.
I have not tried to calculate that. I think at this point, as I've indicated, the village is in the middle, and it makes sense to present its best foot forward to avoid whatever litigation, whatever legal expenses we can. And that's what our direction is going.
Because, and there's no reason to panic about our budget as of this point, but we did spend more than we brought in, and I don't remember ever having done that before. And because of that, and because of anticipated increased costs, we are already discussing raising our GRT and adding a lodger's tax. And there could be more taxes to come, like property taxes. So that could potentially happen. I just want to throw that out there.
Trustee Benavides, could I just comment, and I won't comment about how the raised funds are raised or whatever. That $350,000 that was spent was something unrelated to this administration. The council is now trying to resolve the problem, and so I don't know that that becomes relevant, because the situation the village finds itself in today is not made by the current administration. You know, my position is we ought to resolve it as quickly and as easily as we can and cut off those attorneys' fees, because...
Oh, I agree. Yeah, I agree that we should do something that does not put us at risk, or minimize that risk as much as possible. But I did calculate what we spent in additional attorney fees over and above what we normally have for a person like yourself on staff. And it is like $300,000, and it was just getting started last fiscal year. So I think it's going to ramp up considerably. That's all I have. Thank you.
Trustee Kiefer.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem right now. So I can answer some of your questions, Gail. How much did we pay? So I asked for these reports from Miss Tammy Silva out of our check voucher register. For July 2021 to June of 2022, $188,000 to the Stelzner firm. From July 2022 to June 2023, $210,000 to the Stelzner firm. From July 2023 to December 2023, an additional $145,000. Now, I'm not a mathematician, But I would say that's about $500,000, little over, closer to $600,000 for illegal law information. So I think that, yes, as much as I want to protect the village from financial harm, and that is one of my responsibilities as an elected official, if we can spend $700,000 to oppose our constituents, we can also spend to restore the village.
So I believe you made my point. I believe you made my point because we spent an additional $300,000, yes, with the Stelzner law firm, but that was because of the lawsuits. And
Because of bad legal contracts.
well, perhaps, well, there'll be an appeal. Let's see how it goes.
So I have a question for
And
you,
will
Gil.
the buildings come down?
I have a question for you, Gil. When you sat here and you abstained, you said, I will leave this to district court. Well, district court ruled.
Yeah.
So now you're just gonna keep punting?
Well, now it's been, that's the right thing to do. That's,
So,
Let me,
well, no, I
I am not
wanna,
ashamed of it at all.
I wanna continue. You know, I don't want to continue with the nonsense that I hear. I did a lot of reflection, and I think you all know that those that have kind of gotten to know me, I do a lot of reflection before these board meetings, and there's a reason I do that, is because I take this role very seriously. And so I kind of wrote what my thought process was in doing this. And so I kind of want to read what my thoughts are about government to you. So as I was reflecting and preparing for this board meeting, I thought back to why I ran for trustee in the village. My main reason was not to be oppositional for the sake of just being such. I was most concerned about how the previous administration was dismissive of the villagers and disregarded the public process required under state law. When it was brought to their attention, they did nothing to stop the process or do an examination of the process, but instead they became very oppositional to their constituents. I promised myself and those who entrusted me with this role to examine my conscience constantly, which means making very difficult and sometimes unpopular decisions. With that said, my North Star is and will always remain good government. To me, that means considering many things that affect the village, my fiduciary responsibility, but also protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the village residents. Good government is not a one-sided process. It only happens when we restore trust in the process, in us, the elected officials, and when we provide transparency in our decisions and allow public input. Your input is not just valued, it is crucial for the health and vitality of our community. An attempt to bypass public input for the sake of convenience is not just a corrupt system, it's a system that undermines the very principles of good governance. Each decision we make sets a precedent for the future of our community. And if we condone the behavior of the previous administration, then we open the door for all future administrations not to be held responsible for their actions and affirm it is okay to disregard the village and state laws. In this case, it was done for a project, but what could it be done for next time? The village can control the process by following our village ordinances through the public process for the plat and site development plan. I'm confident we can do it more expeditiously than the courts would be able to do, and we will solicit the public input on the next steps. I have to rely on my principles of doing the right thing, even if it is difficult, protecting those who entrusted me to represent them, and above all, following the laws and regulations that I took an oath to uphold. This commitment is not just a promise, it's a cornerstone of my leadership. It's what ensures that our community is governed with integrity and respect for the rule of law. So in summary, you know, we keep hearing about this could hurt the village, this could hurt the village. I understand that. And it's something that we have to consider as a village of what we allow our government to do. And we have to keep our government in check. That's the only thing that keeps the balance of power in check. And that's what I'm committed to do throughout this process.
Let me make a comment here as well. You know, I was selected to represent the governing body in the mediation. And it's true. I mean, I also signed off on a letter to Palindrome's attorneys to get them to voluntarily stop construction. And I was in the meetings with them, and with our own attorneys, and it was clear that the way forward would be to get some relief from the court. Otherwise, we're not able to come back to the table. They want to still talk, which is true. But at the same time, we need to, again, put our resources to a place where we could hopefully force them to sit down and really talk with us. And so, you know, this is an opportunity for the village, I think, to step up and to try to develop a solution with Palindrome that will hopefully meet the demands that we have as a village. And believe me, I don't know what that's going to look like. But I think this is a way to further articulate our need to follow through and let them understand that we want to get to a place of solution. So in that way, you know, I am here now to see if there is again, we've already, let me backtrack. So we have a motion then to approve the injunctive relief. We have a second. Let me call the question. Trustee Benavides?
No.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Rhino, yes. Pass. KG. Okay, discussion on whether to approve the filing of a appeal regarding the memorandum opinion and order by Judge Denise Barrella-Shepard filed on May 2nd, 2024 in case number D202-CV-2023-07688, Friends of Los Ranchos Incorporated v. Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque and Palindrome Community LLC. I will ask each member of the governing board for disclosure of real or potential conflicts of interest. Trustee Benavides.
I have none.
Trustee Kiefer.
None.
Trustee Radnovich.
I have none. Oh, sorry. I have none because this is a procedural vote, a procedural item, and it's to protect the village.
Trustee Rhino, excuse me, can we get a comment from Mr. Chappell?
Mayor Pro Tem and members of trustees, this one is a very close call, and I would not say that in this context, Trustee Radnovich is disqualified. This is not an issue that deals directly with Palindrome. It is an issue that deals directly with Friends of Los Ranchos. There may be some implications down the road, but I don't believe it is in the same category of what we have been voting on. So I do not believe he's disqualified in this case.
Okay, very good. And again, to just complete it, Trustee Rhino, I have no conflicts either. Okay. Danielle, we have some signups. Okay. Let's see. Okay, Jeff Phillips.
Good evening, Jeff Phillips, 605 Schulte Road, Northwest. Just very briefly, the court disagrees with what had been, I guess, the village's position, and naturally we should appeal it while working on the underlying issues and move forward with the project. Thank you.
Okay. Linda McKee.
Linda McKee, 749 Chavez Road, Northwest. So our community has long been committed to preserving the unique character and charm of Los Ranchos. The recent district court judgment in favor of Friends of Los Ranchos, woo, is a significant victory for those of us who wish to maintain the integrity and heritage of our village. As you deliberate on whether to appeal this decision, I urge the board to consider long-term implications of continued construction by Palindrome. The judgment by Judge Shepard clearly supports our stance that this development is not in the best interest of our community. An appeal would not only undermine this important legal victory, but also signal a disregard for the values and wishes of our residents. Instead of pursuing an appeal, I advocate for the immediate approval of an injunction to halt any further construction by Palindrome, in addition to pursuing appeal. This action would demonstrate our commitment to upholding the court's decision. We must remember the district court has recognized the merits of our concerns. Our focus should be on enforcing the judgment and ensuring the village of Los Ranchos remains a place where our heritage and environment are respected. Hopefully, the trustees who brought us Palindrome can stand with its residents on this one. Hopefully, no trustee will threaten us with higher taxes if we do this. One trustee is very concerned about attorney's fees. Perhaps he should have been as concerned about the village violations which brought us this mess in the first place. In closing, I urge you to refrain from appealing the district court's judgment.
Randy McKee? Pass, okay. Deborah Irving?
I just want to thank the trustees for making a point to, from this time to in the future, to working toward a more open government. And I appreciate that so much. And please don't vote for an appeal.
Ms. Irving, before you leave the podium, please state your name and address for the record.
I keep forgetting my address. Deborah Irving, 8203B Guadalupe Trail, Northwest.
Okay. Gordine McKenzie?
Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail, Northwest. The court decision was trying to enforce the laws that should have been enforced for the last administration. First, the P&Z director and village administrator lacked the legal authority to approve the preliminary plat, final plat, and site plans. Second, the approval of the preliminary plat, final plat, and site plan should have occurred in an open public meeting. The court decision reversed the Board of Trustee decisions. Again, we're talking about our past administration. I am hopeful for this administration that they will uphold the law. To appeal this is to appeal laws that need to be followed by the trustees in a municipal and state level. And why would you appeal having an open meeting act? Why would you appeal having illegal signing? I don't understand it. I think that this administration will make the right decision and not appeal the decision. Thank you.
Okay. Nancy D'Androni?
Hi, Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. And as you know, I'm a plaintiff in one of the two lawsuits, the one that hasn't been decided yet. But I don't understand why we would appeal this ruling unless we think that the previous administration was correct to prevent public participation in making decisions about this development. I just, to appeal this is to say we don't agree that the open meetings law was broken when it's very, very clear. I actually read the law myself, the state law and our laws, and there's just not a lot of room there's not a lot of gray area there. The administration broke the law. There should have been public meetings for these things. So the other thing is, I understand that money is a concern, and it's a legitimate concern, absolutely. So let's not waste money appealing this lawsuit or appealing this decision, please. It would be that decision, it's so well written, it's so clear. The offense that the judge affirmed was so blatant and obvious, there's no way that decision's going to be reversed. And so appealing this only sends a message to Palindrome that they still have us, that they are still running the show here, as they were with the previous administration. And I think it's time for us to take control of our village.
The speaker's time has expired.
So please don't appeal this. I just don't see how that gains us anything at all. You know, it just costs us more money, more attorney's fees. And by the way, I am like dying to settle this and get this behind us. I do not want to continue litigation, okay? And I promise you, as the named litigant, that I am doing everything in my power to help resolve this, and I will continue to do that, okay? So, thank you.
JT?
JT Michelson, 5001 Rio Grande Boulevard, Northwest. I just want to support the appeal. This goes back to 2002. It's something that the village should appeal. It is our project. Thank you.
Cindy Sylvester?
Cynthia Sylvester, 333 Willow Road. previously I spoke about all the meetings that we've attended for over 2 years. I also did attend meetings way back when actually there was a whole nother plan to take Willow Road. I won't even go there. That was way before I think any of you even knew how involved we've been on Willow Road. Okay, so when we came to these meetings and we were blamed for not showing up, for not participating, for not being aware of what was going on, we were also threatened with later on how we can't possibly stop this project because we're too far into it. That, I think, was part of the rationale, I guess, for the trustees at that time to go ahead and okay the site development plan, even though the P&Z said no. I mean, I recall money being an issue, and now it's still an issue. Now, not only that, but we're being threatened with having our taxes raised on top of it. Again, it's our fault, right? We caused this problem, apparently, all of us. You know, I cannot believe that while you're sitting there saying you're wanting to do what's best for the village, that you're going to appeal it when you're just saying that, oh, we shouldn't be spending that much money on lawyers. There was a ruling that I believe is well written. It's not going to probably be overturned, and you'll actually be siding with the developer. Which brings us back to what we've all been thinking since I got that, we came to those meetings in 2022 and on, that there are the people that live here and there are the people that govern. There's an administration and then there's the rest of us. And those are the people that are making these decisions. Doesn't matter what we think. Do not appeal this.
The
it's
speaker's
not going to go
time has
anywhere.
expired.
Marcia Adams.
Marcia Adams, 1008 Asakia Trail. I hope I'm the last speaker, and I know you all are hoping that too. So I'm here in my role as president of Friends of Los Ranchos. Friends of Los Ranchos is true to its name. We are friends of the village. We elected Mayor Craig, Joe Craig, because he was the only one listening to the villagers' concerns. He ran on the platform of mending the wrongs that the previous administration had done. The village government and the Friends of Los Ranchos and the residents should all be aligned. We should not be adversaries. We have been in the past, and that's not the way Joe would have wanted it or done it. And we need to go forward with our momentum to keep our village the way the residents want it and not have to pay for past mistakes that were made without any input from us. So I urge you not to appeal. Thank you.
Mel Eves? Mel, you're up.
Continue to explain to my wife. Mel Eves, 721 Chavis Road. Again, this is an easy call. Which if you're going to file an appeal, you have to be able to show that there's some errors in the opinion. And I would like to ask Trustee Radnovich and Benavides, tell us where you think the errors are in this opinion. Want to answer that question?
I want why are you so afraid of an appeal? Are you afraid? Are you afraid that the judge will overturn? No, I am not the judge. Why are you so afraid of the judge?
Let me intervene here. Mel, if you can just make a statement, please.
Yeah, he can't answer it,
Okay.
so I understand.
You can't answer it.
Excuse me.
And it's no coincidence that those two trustees really do have an interest in this. And they know what I'm saying. Trustee Radnovich signed the 3 site development plan applications as agent for Palindrome. This appeal involves the litigation of those 3 site development plans. And Gil is related to the attorney who drafted the development agreement.
That is incorrect.
You're an in-law.
I am not an in-law.
Okay, what is your relationship?
I'm not here to answer your questions.
Excuse me, Mel, can you please move on?
I know he's very sensitive about it. This is, fortunately, it appears there's going to be a 2-2 vote here. And there will be no appeal filed. But you cannot possibly, with a straight face, show where in that decision she has gone wrong.
The speaker's time has expired.
You've got to comply with the Open Meetings Act. You've got to comply with your own ordinances. You cannot amend those ordinances with a development agreement that seeks to do that. And you cannot avoid your Planning and Zoning Commission and your Board of Trustees procedures that are in there. You've got to have a reason to file an appeal, and you don't have one, and you can't give me one because there is not one.
Tim Logano?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, trustees. I'm still Tim McDonough, live at 1024 Ortega Northwest. I'm sad to see the village come to the point where there is so much animosity in a discussion like this. I've been here a long time. I've been to a lot of these meetings, and they have never gotten to this point before. I understand there's a lot of strong feelings, and I understand what those feelings are. You know, it is probably doesn't look like anything any of us would have wanted, but the deal is the guy building it has to pay for it all, and he has to recoup his money. So he's got a pretty significant investment in all of this. That aside, you know, I would like to see it appealed. I think that's customary for, you know, anybody who loses in one of these cases. That's what we always worry about, that, you know, when we make a decision, they're going to appeal it to district court. You know, we may win, we may lose. But I think there is an argument to be made that the decision to do that administratively was made in a public meeting, and it was very clearly discussed that this is the way we were going to do, so the public had noticed that this was going to be the process. So I'm not saying that justifies everything, but I'm saying that there may be some angles in which to appeal. And, you know, an appeal and taking care of that only helps the village of Los Ranchos. And my hope is we can get away from us against them and get back to all of us trying to do the best we can for the village of Los Ranchos. So I throw that on you. Please, please look after the village, and let's forget about the past. Thank you.
Okay. Mary?
Mary Homan, 7318 4th Street Northwest. I differ a little bit from what we've heard. I don't think we should do an appeal. Not that I think that that would be inappropriate. I mean, from a fiduciary standpoint, it is normal practice for a governing body that perhaps is in the predicament that we are, would normally go ahead and do an appeal. But I think the right decision, in my opinion, was reached as far as this judge goes. This is a sin of the past governing body. This should have gone to an open meeting and allowed public input. That's a crucial part of the way we do government, and we just can't skip that. It's awkward that perhaps it was addressed, as Tim said, and it slipped by the group that was making the decision. After all, I think it probably happened either the first or second month that several of the trustees had first entered office and perhaps, didn't quite understand what was going on and the way it was presented. I don't know. I'd have to go back and listen to the tapes. But regardless of that, we're in this predicament. Palindrome got the approvals as far as their business practices are concerned, and in good faith, they went forward. Not that we think that any of it is in good faith according to what our own wishes were or what we had expectations from our government to allow us to provide input into the process. I like Tim and most of you, we want to get past this. We need to build our community back. We need to get over this divide and bring our community back strong. It's going to be a hard path, but I don't think we need to appeal this.
Okay, so let's see. So the floor is now, okay, so is there a motion then to approve the filing of appeal?
You've ignored the people online. I had my hand raised online and you didn't recognize it. And I'm here now to speak, and I'm going to take my 4 minutes that I should have had, okay?
You don't have 4 minutes.
Excuse me, Tom.
I was
Tom,
denied that. I
have not seen that, Tom.
I know you didn't see it. It wasn't shared with you, but nobody's checking that to see, because my hand is still raised at my computer. So I'm a little pissed that was ignored, because the point of being online is that we can also be heard. My name is Tom Donnellan, and I live at 6668 Edgewood Drive, Northwest. We are here in this process because the former mayor and his administration chose to lock out and exclude the public from the process. They set up this problem, and you're now trying to deal with it. For me to say that you don't want to pay money on an injunction, that you don't want to waste money there, and then to turn around and say you want to waste money on an appeal of their work that was judged illegal is ridiculous. This was to do that. If you're doing an appeal, what you're saying is you believe that what Mayor Lopez and the former trustees did was correct and was valid and should be enforced. And if you didn't understand what happened in the election, and if you didn't understand and what the reading of that ruling was from Judge Shepard, it was clearly they were not listening to their residents. Don't repeat it. This is not a time to be appealing your residents. This whole came about because it was the only way we could get heard. We were being absolutely ignored and shut out by everybody in this process. And are we pissed at Palindrome? We absolutely are, because they chose to ignore us as if we were nothing. We were just ants here, and they didn't have to do anything about what we had to do. When we were their first investor in this project. We put in our $10 to $12 million of land into this project. We deserve to have a say in what is being built at the corner of 4th and Osuna. And what is being built there is not our project. You lie when you say this is our project, because
the speaker's time has expired.
I told you I've got 4 minutes and I'm going to take it.
4 minutes.
And the project is ours. We were shut out, so it couldn't be ours. and we're left out of the process. This project is Palindrome and Don Lopez's. It's not the Village of Los Ranchos project. He got away because there's the inertia of everything that goes on with this, and it could make it happen. But the project is not the project of the Village of Los Ranchos. Please don't repeat the mistakes of the prior administration and appeal this decision against your residents. You are going to your residents and saying you're bull crap, and that you're ignoring us and saying that it's wrong. And it was right. That judgment was right. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. So again, sorry, is there a motion to approve the filing of an appeal in case number D202-CV-2023-07688? Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the appeal of the memorandum opinion and order by Judge Denise Barella Shepherd, D202-CV-2023-07688.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Let me then call the question. Trustee Benavides?
Talk about it.
Discussion.
Oh, discussion, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. George, you have some comment?
I have some questions and comments, and this may be something you may not want to answer, Mr. Chapman. Sorry, Chapel. So the village is in a contract with Bernalillo County, with Palindrome, with all of the subcontractors of Palindrome, and whoever Palindrome's investors are, don't know who. If we appeal, would it show all of those partners? No, let me ask it a different way. If we, I'm going to ask it a different way. So all of those partners are part of the contract that the Village of Los Ranchos is also a signator of for building that project out there. And I'm not making any opinions about the project. I see its failures just as much as anyone else. But if we don't appeal it, could we be in breach of contract with our partners, and could they then sue us for being under breach of contract? And the same might be true for another case we just heard. But can you provide us some clarity on that question?
Trustee Radnovich, first of all, I have never seen a contract which includes all those people. I think that's a totally false assumption. But we have discussed all of those issues, relevant issues, in a closed session. To discuss them in this context would be a waiver of the attorney-client privilege, and I will decline to do that, decline to do so.
Okay. Are you aware that Palindrome did file a, I don't know what it's called in legal terms, but that they have asked the judge to reconsider?
We are aware that a motion to reconsider was filed. There are questions about whether it was properly done, but we're aware of the pleading, and I've read it.
Okay. I think that's the only questions I have.
Trustee Kiefer?
I don't have any any questions. I just want to kind of remind my colleagues, looking at 9.2.14, which is the Village Center zoning ordinance, which I think everybody can agree was done appropriately. And I think even Mr. Chappell had a hand in writing it. I don't think that's the question at hand. The question was, how do you take it from ordinance through the public process to development? And I think it's just really telling and really critical when you look at item L, and it says application and approval process. All applications for development requiring platting actions other than the project area shall be approved in the manner set forth back into the subdivisions. And so I don't believe, even though it accepts the project area out, that it meant to take out public input and public comment. And again, good governance is about public input, is about having the public procedure, and I have to stand with good governance and as my North Star.
Me too.
Yeah, me too.
Trustee Benavides, do you have a discussion at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the odds are if for the motion to reconsider, or if the appeal, happens and it takes a couple years to find out. But what if it is reversed? So the reason that I favor doing this is because I think it just puts us in a less risky position. And I'm not afraid, and there is an argument to be made. We cannot get into it because it's closed session stuff. So, and it's just the least risky approach. And I would have done simultaneously, I would have been okay with an appeal and an injunction, and see where that goes, because I want to hear the judge's decision on these things. So that's why I favor an appeal.
Yeah, and I just want to say, I am taking the stance that I'm taking because I am very worried about the cost of these proceedings and what it could mean for the village. And so, as I said earlier, I have talked to two other lawyers, and both of them said it would be a breach of, it would likely be, I haven't seen the contract either, but I know it's there. It would likely be a breach of contract, and it would open us up to lawsuits from multiple people that we're partners with, including Bernalillo County. And so that scares the crap out of me. And I'm not gonna say it's gonna increase taxes or any of the stuff we've heard tonight, but I am gonna say it really scares me that this village could lose in a big way that could cause us to, it could cause us to not have a village anymore. It could literally do that. So,
And I guess,
I hear you, okay? I do hear you, but I am worried about that. That's my primary reason for having the position I have.
and I guess my response to that, George, and I respect that because, I have this same concern. But at some point, if we just become Albuquerque with our development and a disregard for our laws because we just allow projects, what does the village need to exist for anyway? You have to have something to fight for.
What the second part of that is that I think we need to move on, accept that that was a mistake, and don't let it happen again.
So we have if no further comment, we have a motion to approve the filing of an appeal. Okay, and let me then call for the roll call vote. This again to approve the filing of the appeal. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer.
No.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Trustee Reno, no. It dies. Okay, we need to get back to the financials, and so is.
That's right.
Oh, she's online? We'll just wait until people clear up.
Danielle, is there a requirement that we have to finish by midnight?
We will need to finish, we have it scheduled
let's
till
wait till
midnight,
they-
but we do have to hear financial business because we need to approve or disapprove the interim budget. She has to get that up to the state by the 1st.
But we have to finish by midnight, correct?
So then,
The recording was only scheduled from 6 to midnight.
let's deal with the issues that she needs to. And then we can go back through and we can take care of the other part of it later on.
This is going to get uglier.
So,
This is going to get uglier.
well, let's see what happens in the next couple of days.
Okay, so, we are on 9A, right? Okay, Tammy, good evening. Sorry. Okay. Okay, Tammy, so let's begin, please, if you would, and take us through the requirements that have to be filed before the end of the month.
Am I starting with 9A?
9A,
The cash
right.
report?
Yeah.
Okay, so before you is the cash report for April 30th, 2024, with an ending cash balance of $12,581,221.68. That's an increase of $41,501.64 for the month, and a year-to-date excess of revenues over expenditures of $360,161.09, with several unusual or significant items listed.
Okay. Are there any questions from the, oh, I'm sorry. We have to accept it first. Okay. Is there a motion to accept the cash report?
Sure, motion to accept the April 2024 cash report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion.
Let's see, yeah, am I first? Keeping in mind that we need to get this all done by midnight. Let's see, page 41. Yeah, 41. So I see, let's see. Okay, so I see the top line, current basis, period to date actual, 9,227,655, with a positive variance of $2,497,000. Sounds like pretty good news, right? But then I go down to the bottom, next to the bottom line, and under the column current period, cash basis period to date, I see that the deficiency is about 318,000. So tell me, should I be optimistic or should I worry about the 317,000? Is that a downward trend?
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, so what that's just telling you is that this month we spent that much more than we received in revenue, and a good portion of that, $264,000 of that, is because we transferred money out of the general fund into several other funds. These were transfers that were approved in the budget last April.
Right, okay. So no big deal, right? This is what you're saying. It's just when the timing of bills coming in and money coming in, right?
So Trustee Benavides, it's not even bills, it's just a transfer from one fund to another.
Okay.
And that's just for this month, but when you look at the year-to-date excess, we've year-to-date have almost $1 million more in revenue than we've had in expense for the year.
Okay. I think, let's see, no, maybe I have more. 49, go to page 49. Oh, I think, no, that's it, because then I go into the next item. That's it, thank you.
Trustee Keeper? Nothing? Trustee Radnovich?
I'm just amazed at the 2-year rolling GRT. It just keeps going up.
I'm sorry, Trustee Radnovich.
I'm sorry, Tammy. I didn't have my microphone on. I just wanted to say I'm really amazed at the 2-year rolling GRT. It just keeps going up, and it's amazing. It's just fantastic to me. I just had a few questions. Nothing big. Everything looked fine to me. What is on page 42? There's a $17,000 variance, a loss under capital, other capital purchase. Is that, did we buy a new truck or what is it?
Also, Trustee Radnovich, that is not unlocked. That's just a variance column. So the first column shows what we budgeted for this month to spend, and then what we actually spent. It's just a timing delay. But what that $17,000 was for is for part of the Paseo del Norte infrastructure project. It was just part of the bill that we received this month, and we had anticipated receiving it in a prior month.
Got it. Thank you. Let me just scroll real quickly. I have no other questions.
I guess, Tammy, the only question that I really have deals with capital projects, buildings. I mean, we've encumbered $155,000. You know, we had a beginning balance of 320. What are we spending on? What is going into that 155? It's a deficiency. This is on page 39.
Trustee Renau, I'm not sure, which page are you on right now?
It's on page 39, and it's capital, it's line 312, capital project buildings. And the beginning cash balance was 320.
Okay, so yes, I can explain that, Mayor Pro Tem, trustees. So this is one of our state appropriation funds, and these are all monies that we receive from the state for different projects. The reason why it's negative right now is because like 99% of our state appropriations are on reimbursement basis. So right now, the biggest contributing factor to this number was we were waiting on the state to send us $136,000 for completing our Edgewood Park project. We did receive that this month, so you'll see that flips quite a bit for the following month. But this is reimbursement basis. There are several appropriations that are in that line item. So you, until every single grant has met its deadline and we've collected everything back from the state, this will constantly be up and down and will be negative until you close out every single grant, and then it'll zero out.
Okay, very good, very good. Okay, so John, is there a motion to, well, okay, we've already got the motion to approve. Yeah, we do, okay.
We do.
Getting
And a
late.
second.
Getting late. Okay, so let's, roll call, trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rano, yes. Okay. B, discussion and approval for the interim budget for FY 24-25.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, so before you use the interim budget, this was discussed in our April budget workshop, and after the workshop, there were a few items that you wanted to see changed in the interim budget. So this budget in front of you is everything that we presented in the April workshop except for the following changes. In the revenue area, the revenue has been changed to reflect actuals through April. So revenue is up a little bit, and based on that, the interim budget numbers have been adjusted just slightly to be kind of in uniform with what we expect to see next year based on actuals through April. So that's the change that you'll see in revenue. And the other three changes that you'll see in this budget after the workshop that you wanted to see, the first one is removing $45,000 to contract help in finance and adding a full-time position for half finance, half clerk, adding an additional bond payment if we were to bond the remaining 1.9 million of GEO bond that we still have left. And then the third item is, I think that's it. So those are the three major changes. However, the other things that we discussed in our workshop was GRT increments. I sent that information to everybody, letting you know what the different potential revenue is with GRT increases. I also sent you information regarding the COLA and raises that were proposed, but those are the changes that you'll see here, and I stand for any questions.
Okay, so is there a motion to approve the interim budget?
Yeah, sure. I'll do a motion to approve the interim budget for FY 2024, 2025.
Is there a second?
And I'll second it.
Okay. Discussion.
Yes. If I'm first.
Sure, go ahead.
Page, let's see. Page 49. Looking at the gross receipts taxes, was that, I know we discussed raising it, does that include a raise, or just as it is right now, right?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Benavides, so that is as it is right now, because if we were to implement a change, that wouldn't take effect until at the earliest January, or later, depending on when we make that change. So right now, that GRT is based on our actual GRT rate right now, our current one.
Okay. Let's see. Page. I think maybe all the way to page 56. Or. No, let me stop at 55. Where do we have where do we put our budget for the attorney fees?
So the budget for attorney fees, you will actually see on page 52. Kind of about a third of the way down, almost halfway down the page, you will see attorney fees there.
Okay. So let's see, we're budgeting 351,000.
That is correct.
I'd have to revisit that one. Okay, page 50, page 56. So looking at the bottom line, 11,985,422 being the beginning cash balance annualized to the end of June. So we show a deficiency of 1,141,934, and then we have ending cash balance. Can you explain that deficiency? I mean, I see how it adds up if you just add the column, but is that an unusual deficiency?
So Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Benavides, trustees, so this deficiency is looking at just the ins and outs of the year. And one of the biggest factors of that, if you look at the 260 fund, the American Rescue Act, as you can see, will be starting the year with that money. We received that money 2 years ago and we're expending it all. And so there's nothing else coming in there. So it takes into consideration those type of items. So if you were to, we have that 658,000, it's not ours, it's for us to spend. And if you remove just that, you'd see a significant decrease in that deficiency. So it takes into consideration a couple things there, and so that number, I don't think truly there's a big concern there. The one area where you want to look at the deficiency or the excess is in the general fund, and that is because that's where our discretionary comes into play. As you can see in the general fund, we still have a deficiency of 191,000. But it is not as big of a concern when you're looking at the 1 million, because a lot of times the two biggest factors there, one is money we've already received in the 260 fund, and the second biggest factor is the 311 fund, which again, this is capital, state appropriations for capital projects. And so that money is just reimbursement basis. We often spend it before we get it back. So if you remove those two factors, from there, you'll see that the deficiency isn't nearly as high as it seems.
So let's just talk about the general fund for a minute. The deficiency of 191,597. Does this mean that we're taking money out of our reserves to cover that?
Trustee Benavides, so yes, what that would mean is that if everything happened exactly as we are budgeting, we get the exact amount of revenue that we expect, we spend all of the money we anticipate spending on the expenditures we've budgeted for, that would mean that 191,000 would be coming out of our cash reserves.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Trustee Keeper?
And Tammy, just one point of clarification. You did say in your analysis and the presumption of this budget that also was us expending the 1.8 million. So if we didn't expend that 1.8 million, the general fund amount would go down because that helps pay for the bond obligation? Or is that a huge assumption on my part?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Kiefer, trustees, so no, that does not affect the general fund. That would just affect our overall bottom line for the total. So the funds for the GO bond does not come out of the general fund. It comes out of the 401 and the 410 fund. So the general fund would still be sitting where it is right now.
Okay, sorry. I thought that if we didn't have the money in the GO bond fund to pay our portion, we kind of borrow against our general fund. Is that not correct?
So Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, Trustee Keeper, that is correct. So if we don't have enough, then we do have to borrow from the general fund. And so the 410 fund is our GO bond reserve. And as you can see right now, we do have about 833,000 sitting in there right now. So that wouldn't necessarily mean we would have to borrow from the general fund this year, but going forward, we would look at the deficiency of the total we would be owing and how much we're bringing in from our property taxes, and then assess what deficiency we would have annually and would potentially need to transfer in from the general fund.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Trustee Radovich, questions?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a sort of hypothetical question that I would just like you to think about between now and our next meeting, because I'm still, as I said, very worried about where we're headed. And I'm guessing that if we had to come up with money for these suits that are following us everywhere, that would all come out of our general fund, right? And you may not need to answer that right now, but I'd sure like to know, for future reference, where money would come from to defend ourselves, and also to if we were faced with having some major bills. So maybe we can talk about that next time, because it was so close to 12. But I'd like for you to think about that, and I'd love to ask that question again next month.
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustees, yes, we can go over that, but just to give you a quick rundown, if we were covered by the self-insurers fund, then our premiums would most likely go up, and that comes out of our general fund. If we had to, for some reason, pay for it all ourselves, that would be out of our general fund. We cannot use anything in any special revenue funds or anything from the state to cover any of that.
So if we were faced with a $10 million bill, that would likely come out of our insurance? Our insurance would cover that?
There would be something that the insurance would have to decide. We'd have to send it there. But if we were covered, then yes, and then it would affect our premiums that they do when they evaluate us every year.
Got it. Thank you. I'm good.
I have no further questions, Tammy. I'd like us though to move on so we can take a vote. There's no other comment from governing body? Okay. Again, it's to approve the interim budget for 2024-2025. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radovich?
Yes.
Trustee Radnow, yes. Okay. 9C, Tammy?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustees, before you is Resolution 2024-05-03. This is a budget adjustment request for the Capital Improvements 311 Fund. What this request is asking for is just for us to be in compliance with state statutes and budgetary statutes to not overextend the fund. So what we're doing here is asking to have an increase to both a revenue and an expense line item for a capital appropriation that we received from the state of New Mexico for crack fill on several of our roads in the amount of $350,000. As you can see here on the supporting documentation, it's an increase to both the revenue and the expense because it is money we are getting from the state and then we will be expending. But again, this is just to keep us in compliance with budget regulations.
So is there thank you, Tammy. Is there a motion to, approve resolution 2024-05-03?
Sure. Motion to approve resolution 2024-05-03.
There a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Okay, discussion from the governing body?
None.
I have none.
None?
None.
None. Okay. In turn, call the question. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radovich?
Yes.
Trustee Radnow, yes. Okay. Thank you, Tammy. Okay. So the very last.
4 minutes to spare.
We're getting there. Okay. So
right.
is there? Let's see. So what we can do is we can defer any questions to the to the department staff. Yes. Okay. Okay. So are there any? Is there any kind of discussion at the end of the meeting here? This is the open time for all of us to be able to talk.
Well, let's see, so did we get to all the agenda items? Are we going to have to reconvene this meeting?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Benavides, we did cover everything. We just mentioned that reach out to staff if you have any questions regarding the department reports, but they're all in there. Everything that we needed to discuss has been covered. And at this point, we're at trustee informal discussion. So we have a little bit of time if you need to. I know that your concern was the process for selecting a mayor, the state statute, et cetera, and I don't know, Attorney Chappell may want to go over that briefly.
I mean, we could reconvene. Do we have to do the reports or not? Can we? Okay.
No, we don't have to.
I don't think, as a point of order, you have to do the reports. You can move to remove them from the agenda and read the reports. That's not something that takes any action.
Okay. So, whatever you want to do.
So again, the question, Attorney Chappell, was to get some clarification on the move forward to select the new mayor?
I think there's been some questions about the process that have been raised, but primarily whether or not a special election process is available to fill the office of the mayor. It is my conclusion, after discussing it with a couple of other municipal attorneys, that there is no specific process that would allow us to have a special election to elect the mayor, to fill the vacancy. Must be done by the Board of Trustees. Beyond that, though, the process is not very spelled out. It's just not there. It's just a duty that you have. So what that does is allows perhaps some discussion of how you would like these candidates to be selected. In other words, there's nothing that says who do you consider in this process. And so we could do something, pass some resolution, do whatever to accept candidates, to screen candidates. We could do a write-in and then approve it from that, or we might even go so far as saying that we have a referendum, and the resolution says whoever wins the referendum, the Board of Trustees will approve. I mean, the final decision is there. So it's a little bit of and I'm just kind of working my way through the process.
When you say referendum, what do you mean?
What does that mean? Yeah.
Well, there are several ordinances that we have and statutes that say when something, for instance, when real property is to be transferred, sold by the village, the process is that if you pass an ordinance that says it's going to be sold and all of that, the ordinance can't take effect for 30 days. And if you have a certain number of electors that objects, then it has to go to a referendum of the residents in order to approve the transfer. So there are references to the referendum, although it doesn't come under the election code or those kind of things. And so I haven't worked through it, but I just thought that perhaps if there was an issue that could be resolved that way, we may think about it. So there's no time limit. There's no constraint as to how long that you have to make this appointment or that kind of thing.
So the referendum is essentially a vote by the public, but it's not an election. Is that what you're saying?
It's not an election. It's not binding on the public until the Board of Trustees approves that candidate. So it was just a method. I thought, okay, let's figure out how if you don't have a system that you want to bring up to say let's appoint somebody or whatever, then we can come up with whatever process you want to to get candidates that you could vote on.
Can we talk about the process among ourselves in emails? No, because that's a quorum.
That's a quorum, it's a rolling quorum. And like I say, that's the reason I said this is a case in which a consensus would be very nice, but we can't get a consensus. So I can't get everybody's consent, can't do that. But if somebody wants to go down that road, it could be proposed and passed in a public meeting. This is probably not a personnel matter which would fall under the closed session statute, but I can look at that if you would like, but.
How does the voting work? So let's say there's, I don't know, four people. And let's just say it's each one of us, just for simplicity. So let's say George votes for himself, Gil votes for himself, Frank votes for himself, I vote for myself. How do you ever get a majority vote? Because how do you ever bring in, if you have four people that throw their hat in, and let's say we all agree on the first one, then we all use our vote and the other three don't get a turn. So I guess my question is, how does the voting work in that type of, and is it majority vote? Is it 3? Is it 2? Can you vote for yourself?
The fact of the matter is there is no way to break a deadlock, okay? And there are instances in which—
And that would be a deadlock?
If you don't get 3 votes, because this is a majority, you can't, two votes, don't do it. You're at a deadlock. I found instances where the mayor pro tem served for 2 years because people couldn't get around to breaking the deadlock. And so the first thing, that's what you just have to get accustomed to. And then, of course, that puts you in the position of saying that if you come up with a 2-2 vote on anything, it's a deadlock. You don't have anybody to break the tie vote. So there's some downsides to not having that tie vote breaker in the context. So one method would be, obviously, just for each of you to come up with a recommendation for a candidate, whether it's yourself or whether it's somebody out there, well, fine. And you take a vote to see if anyone gets 3 votes out of the 4. I mean, that's the simple way to go about it. If that's not going to work and you would like to get more community input, that's what I was thinking through the process. Could you have a publication that says anybody that's, interested, submit your name by this particular time, and then you may go further to try to whittle that down and actually have like a straw vote if you agreed to elect the winner, appoint the winner. The Attorney General has given us some slack in one of his opinions. For instance, if the mayor was going to resign a month from now, and he gave notice that he was going to resign, the Attorney General says you can elect a new mayor, appoint a new mayor today. He just doesn't take office until that one resigns. And so because of that prospective election appointment of someone, I was thinking, how could you use that in a context of saying, we will appoint this person who is the result of this kind of a vote?
Mr. Chappell, sorry.
No, please.
Did I understand you right? If say Mayor Craig, just hypothetically speaking, he's still here, he decided he didn't want to be mayor anymore, he could then appoint someone to be mayor when he leaves if he decided?
He can't appoint it.
Oh, I misunderstood.
Because in the mayor's position, he doesn't even vote unless there's a tie vote.
Oh, I see.
For instance, if he was the mayor, the Attorney General's office says this: if he's the mayor and a candidate is proposed and you have a tie vote on the Board of Trustees, the mayor can break the
Oh, I see
tie.
what you're saying.
But it also says that you can appoint a replacement today, even though the vacancy doesn't occur for a month or 2 months. So you could do that out of order, so to speak. It doesn't have to wait till it's vacant.
I see.
Let me ask you this question. Can a trustee resign, let's say, effective July 1st, and then prior to July 1st, vote on the replacement that was just vacated?
With that Attorney General's opinion related to the mayor vacancy, I think that's in fact something that's doable.
That's interesting. Okay.
Let me recognize, though, Mr. Avila, you had a comment to make.
I had a question of Bill. In having lived through that situation once before, it's manageable. But what I heard here is a referendum to select. So if 1, 2, 3, 4 candidates were on a referendum for the municipality to elect, would it have to be on the general election for a referendum? And if so, we're running out of time to get that on the ballot.
No, you can't put somebody on a general election because the statute only gives you the option of the Board of Trustees filling the vacancy. Let me just give you a what if, and this is maybe way out. If you say do this, I'm gonna have to go look at it. But let's suppose that you had a referendum, you passed a resolution that says we're going to have a referendum and the vote of the village is going to pick who they would like to choose. And as a board, we agree to fill that vacancy based on whoever got the most votes. So the Board of Trustees actually did the appointment. You simply selected the candidate in a referendum.
What about, what happens if a current sitting trustee moved into a mayor position? What happens to that trustee position?
The trustee position is then vacant, okay? The trustee position is filled, again, there's no special election available. 2018, the law was changed and took that option away to fill a vacancy. A vacancy on the Board of Trustees is filled by the mayor, who appoints the replacement subject to the advice and consent of the trustees. So the mayor is required to propose the person. The board then has to approve them. Okay, and we had that when when Don Lopez was appointed as mayor. That left a trustee position open. So the mayor appointed Tom Riccobene. Well, they got to the vote and they didn't approve him, turned him down. So then the mayor had to go back and find somebody else to fill that vacancy. And Don's approach was to find about 4 names. Joe Craig was one of them, but anyway, so they put their name in the hat. He solicited that, and then he just took a vote one by one until one that got enough votes to get approved.
And that, I assume, needs the 3 votes as well. And that, I assume, would need the 3 votes as well, majority vote.
Well, there's a vacancy. There's only 3, so it takes a majority, so it takes 2 out of the 3. Because now you don't have 4. You don't have 4 trustees. So it takes 2 out of 3 in that context to do it. And so Mayor Lopez just proposed 2 or 3 names and finally got one that got approved.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we're about done, folks, aren't we?
I think so.
Okay. Motion to adjourn? Do it.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you.
Second,
Thank you all very
yes.
much.
Mayor, the time, please. Time, Frank.
Oh, time is 12:12.
12. Grade 20.